Two skeletons on a steel table, laid out flat under cold light, femur to femur. One belonged to a hunter who died about 15,000 years ago. The other belonged to a farmer who died 3,000 years after that, in the same stretch of land. Put a tape measure to both, and the farmer loses. Not by a little. The bioarchaeologist doing the measuring has done this hundreds of times, and it still bothers her. She runs a finger along the hunter's femur, long, dense, the kind of bone that carried someone across open country for decades. Then she moves to the farmer's, noticeably shorter, thinner at the shaft, pitted in places bones should never be pitted. The two individuals on this table stand in for a pattern documented at real sites like Abu Huraira in Syria, where archaeologists excavated a single settlement mound spanning both the hunting era and the farming era that replaced it. Same location, same gene pool, more or less. Different centuries, different skeletons, and a very different set of numbers. Height is not vanity. In a skeleton, it is a receipt. Long bones stop growing when the body decides it can no longer afford to grow them, usually because of illness or hunger, or both arriving in childhood and never fully leaving. So when height drops across a population, something got taken from those children before they had a say in it. Look closer at the shaft of a long bone under X-ray, and sometimes you find thin white lines running across it, called Harris lines, each one a fossil record of a moment the body's growth simply stopped and later restarted. There are more lines in the farmer's bones than the hunter's. Every line is a season somebody went without. Two terms come up constantly in this kind of research. Parodic hyperostosis, a spongy, pitted texture that spreads across the skull and eye sockets when the body is starved of iron for long stretches. Enamel hypoplasia, horizontal grooves in the teeth marking a specific point in childhood when growth stalled entirely. Both show up more often and more severely in farming populations than the hunter-gatherers who came before them. The region is the Fertile Crescent, the belt of land curling from the Levant up through Mesopotamia, the place every textbook credits with inventing agriculture. It is also, skeleton after skeleton, the place where the people got smaller once farming took hold. That is not a coincidence anyone predicted going in. One of the researchers who first quantified this was J. Lawrence Angel, a Smithsonian anthropologist who spent decades measuring skeletons from the Eastern Mediterranean. His numbers, published through the 1980s, tracked average adult stature sliding downward for thousands of years after farming took hold in the region, only creeping back toward hunter-gatherer levels sometime in the 20th century. Put a number on it, and it stops being abstract. Some regional surveys find average adult male stature dropping by more than 3 inches across the shift to agriculture, with female stature falling by a comparable margin. 3 inches is not a rounding error. It is the difference between a doorway you walk through and one you duck under. The hunter-gatherer's teeth are almost unervingly good, worn flat from grit and wild food. Sure, but few cavities, no obvious lines of childhood starvation etched into the enamel. Her diet was wide. Dozens of plants, seasonal game, whatever the land offered that month. Her body reads like someone who was, on the whole, fed. The farmer's teeth tell a different story entirely. Cavities clustered near the gum line, the kind that come from a diet heavy in starchy, sticky grain eaten every single day. His shin bones carry ridges called periosteal lesions, the skeleton's own scar tissue from infections his body fought over and over without ever fully winning. Age at death tells its own part of the story, averaged across skeletal populations studied this way. Adult life expectancy at death drops after the shift to farming in several regions. Not because people stopped surviving childhood, but because chronic infection, poor nutrition, and repetitive injury simply wore adult bodies down faster once farming became the way of life. Across the broader skeletal record of the region, average stature drops by several centimeters after the shift to farming, and it does not bounce back quickly. In some populations, it stays suppressed for thousands of years. Thousands. That is not one bad harvest. That is a new normal written into the skeleton of an entire way of life. The single most influential collection of this research has a title that reads almost like a warning label: Paleopathology at the Origins of Agriculture, edited by Mark Nathan Cohen and George Armalagos, published in 1984. Chapter after chapter, different sites, different continents, different research teams, and the tables kept adding up to the same direction of change. This was not always an accepted idea. For a long time, the story of agriculture was told the way it's still told in most classrooms. Humans got smart, planted seeds, and everything got better from there. Nobody was measuring bones to check. Then, through the 1970s and into the 1980s, a wave of bioarchaeologists started doing exactly that, comparing skeletons before and after the agricultural transition, site by site, region by region, measuring femurs, counting enamel defects, logging infection scars. The surveys piled up, and they kept saying the same uncomfortable thing. The people were getting shorter. Their teeth were getting worse. Signs of anemia, of chronic infection, of arrested growth, all of it increased once populations settled down to farm instead of forging their way across the land. It was not a fringe finding whispered at one conference. It kept replicating. In 1987, an evolutionary biologist named Jared Diamond put a name to what the bones were already saying in an essay for Discover magazine, with a title that still gets quoted, argued over, and occasionally shouted about in university seminar rooms. He called agriculture the worst mistake in the history of the human race. It was a deliberately provocative line, and Diamond knew it. He was not arguing farming should be undone. It obviously could not be. He was arguing that the standard story, the one where agriculture is humanity's graduation day, does not survive contact with the physical evidence of the people who actually lived through it. The reaction was not gentle. Some colleagues called it overstated, an oversimplification dressed up for a popular audience. Others pointed out he was mostly just reading the skeletal data out loud, the same data their own field had been quietly compiling for a decade. Either way, the phrase stuck because the bones underneath it were real. Not every researcher signs on to the bleakest version of this story without qualification. Some argue the decline in stature and health was steeper in certain regions than others, and that framing it as one universal collapse oversimplifies a messy, uneven transition that took different shapes in different valleys. Nobody serious, though, argues the underlying pattern is not there. Here is the part this film is not going to do. It is not going to tell you why yet. Not the pressures, not the choices, not the slow ratchet of decisions that got a species from wild grain to walled granary. That comes later, and it deserves the room. Right now, the only thing on the table, literally, is the paradox. A species figures out how to guarantee its own food supply, plan it, harvest it, store it, control it. And the measurable result, stamped into bone after bone after bone, is a population that got sicker, shorter, and died younger than the people it replaced. Bones do not have an agenda. They do not care what your textbook chapter title said. A femur that stopped growing early regardless of what era of history it happens to be filed under as progress. I have sat with this pair of measurements longer than I probably should have. There is something almost insulting about it, a species congratulating itself on inventing the future while the actual bodies living inside that future were quietly failing to grow as tall as their grandparents did. History does not usually hand you the receipts this clearly. It is worth sitting with what that farmer's life actually was for 1 second before we move past him. A man who likely worked harder than his hunting ancestors, ate a narrower diet than they did, and by every skeletal marker we can measure, suffered more for it. He was not a mistake. He was a person doing what made sense at the time. None of this comes from guesswork. It comes from patient, unglamorous excavation, brushes and dental picks and hours on your knees in a trench, followed by years in a lab measuring, x-raying, and cataloging every bone that survives long enough to be found. The paradox in this chapter did not arrive as a theory. It arrived one measurement at a time. And this pattern does not stay politely contained to one river valley in the Middle East. Versions of it show up wherever archaeologists have checked, in the Americas, in East Asia, in Europe. Different crops, different centuries, the same signature carved into the skeleton. That should tell you something about how universal the mechanism underneath it probably is. In North America, skeletal populations that shifted toward heavy maize dependence along the Mississippi River show the same downward slide in stature and the same rise in enamel defects and anemia markers. Different grain, different continent, same signature. That kind of repetition across unrelated societies is not something you get from coincidence. None of this made it into the tidy version of the story most of us grew up with, the one with a single arrow moving from cave to hut to city, each step labeled progress. Bones do not read arrows. They read seasons and stress, and what a body actually had to survive. Somewhere between the arrow on the classroom poster and the arithmetic in the lab, something got left out. So the question this film is actually chasing is not the one you usually get asked in school. Not when did farming begin, who invented it, what year, what river. Those are trivia questions. The real question is what it cost, day after day, to the people who could not undo the decision once it was made. That cost shows up in bone density and enamel and infection scars, yes. But it also shows up somewhere the skeleton cannot fully capture. In the hours of a single day, the sunrise to sunset grind is staying alive inside a system that, once entered, was almost impossible to leave. To understand why anyone would walk into that trap, we have to go back before the shrinking started. Back to the people who had, by nearly every measure we can reconstruct, a genuinely good life. People who were not desperate, not starving, not driven to farm by crisis. People who had time. That is the part almost nobody tells you. The people who started this were not backed into a corner. They were doing fine, which makes what happened next a lot harder to explain and a lot harder to look away from. 12,500 years before our calendar starts counting, in the hill country of what is now Israel, Jordan, and Lebanon, a group of people wake up with nowhere they urgently need to be. They are fed. They slept indoors, more or less, in huts made of brush and stone. Later, historians will call them the Natufians. They would not have called themselves anything special. This is not the caveman picture most people carry around in their head, the desperate scrabble for calories, one bad week from starvation. The Natufians ate gazelle, fish, birds, nuts, legumes, and wild cereals. Dozens of species rotating through the year, depending on season. Variety was not a luxury for them. It was simply how foraging worked when the land was rich. Anthropologists in the mid-20th century went and actually measured this kind of life among foraging people still living it, and the numbers embarrassed a lot of assumptions. Adults working roughly 15 to 20 hours a week to meet their food needs. Less than a modern part-time job. The rest of the time went to rest, to conversation, to craft, to simply being present with other people. The clearest version of this measurement came from anthropologist Richard Lee, who spent months in the 1960s tracking exactly how the Juhoansi people of the Kalahari spent their days. His tally found adults working around 20 hours a week gathering and hunting food, with meals drawing on over 100 different plant and animal species across a year. It got a name that stuck in anthropology circles, the original affluent society, a deliberately backwards phrase aimed at a culture that assumed wealth meant accumulation. These people had no granaries to guard, no debts, no boss. What they had was enough, most of the time, and the freedom that comes from not needing much more than enough. That phrase came from anthropologist Marshall Solins, who published it in his 1972 book Stone Age Economics, building in part on fieldwork like Lee's. His argument was deliberately provocative that societies with the fewest possessions were, by at least one honest measure of wealth, free time, actually among the richest people on the planet. The Natufians were not purely nomadic either, and that matters. They were semi-sedentary, staying in one favored spot for long stretches, sometimes most of a year, before moving on. Their huts had stone foundations. Some had storage pits dug into the floor. This was a people already halfway settled, long before anyone thought to call it farming. Some groups across this broader culture area also built desert kites, long converging stone walls funneling migrating gazelle herds toward a hidden pit or enclosure where hunters waited. A single successful drive could bring in dozens of animals at once, meat enough to feed a settlement for weeks and a trade well beyond it. This was not primitive opportunism. It was engineered, cooperative, large-scale hunting. Wild wheat and barley grew across these hills in thick, natural stands, dense enough in a good year that a single family could gather a real surplus in a matter of weeks. No planting required, no weeding, no watering, no waiting through a growing season. The grain was simply there, growing wild, the way it had for tens of thousands of years before anyone thought to touch it. And they were already harvesting it seriously with purpose-built tools. Flint sickle blades set into bone or wood handles. The blades polished to a distinctive shine archaeologists call sickle gloss, worn smooth by the silica in thousands of cut grass stems. That gloss is a signature. Wherever it turns up on a blade, someone was cutting wild cereal at scale. A skilled forager with one of these sickles could gather several pounds of wild grain in an hour during the height of the season. Do the arithmetic, and a family could bring in enough in about 3 weeks of harvesting to feed themselves for a year. 3 weeks. Then, in theory, they were free. Compare that against a hunter's diet, and there is no contest on variety. Gazelle in spring migration, fish from the rivers, wild pistachios and almonds in autumn, cracked open around the fire, legumes, tubers, birds' eggs, honey when they could find it. A body eating like that gets almost everything it needs without depending too heavily on any single source. They carved art for its own sake too, small limestone and bone figurines of animals, a curled hedgehog, a running gazelle, even a pair of embracing figures carved from calcite found near Bethlehem. People with 15 good hours a week and food in the storage pit had room left over for beauty that served no practical purpose at all. That variety shows up in the skeletons too, the ones from this specific period before things changed. Fewer enamel defects than what comes later. Less evidence of chronic anemia. Bones that grew close to their full genetic potential because childhood was not, on the whole, a nutritional gauntlet. This is the baseline the rest of this film keeps circling back to measure against. There is also, by the evidence of their burials, real communal life. Group graves, shared ornamentation, dentalium shell beads traded from the coast and sewn into headdresses. Some burials include dogs laid to rest beside their owners, among the earliest evidence anywhere of that particular bond. This was not a grim, isolated existence. It had ritual, it had art, it had leisure enough to make both. At Hillazan Tactic Cave, excavators found the grave of an elderly woman buried with extraordinary care around 12,000 years ago, her body surrounded by 50 tortoise shells, an eagle's wing bones, a leopard's pelvis, and a human foot that was not her own. Archaeologists interpreting the site call her a possible shaman. Whatever her exact role, someone thought her important enough to spend real effort honoring. None of this means life was easy in every sense. Infant mortality was still brutal by modern standards. Violence happened. Winters could be lean. Nobody is claiming paradise. But hour for hour, meal for meal, disease for disease, the data lines up in the Natufians' favor against what was coming. That comparison is the whole point of putting them on screen at all. So why would anyone with 15 good hours a week and a varied diet start down the road toward 12-hour days behind a plow? Nobody sat down and chose that trade knowingly. What happened instead was smaller, slower, and almost impossible to notice while it was happening. It starts with staying put. A group finds a hillside where the wild grain grows unusually thick, where a spring never runs dry, where gazelle pass through twice a year on migration. And instead of moving on after a season, the way their ancestors always had, they stay. And then they stay again the next year, because why walk away from abundance? The huts get sturdier. Stone replaces brush. Storage pits get dug a little deeper, lined a little more carefully, because a permanent camp can afford to invest labor in an infrastructure a moving band never could. Every one of these choices makes perfect sense in isolation. Nobody involved is thinking 3,000 years ahead. Sites like Ein Malaha in northern Israel show this shift happening in the ground itself, layer over layer of rebuilding on the same spot across centuries, each generation choosing to stay rather than move. That kind of repeated investment in one place is something foraging bands rarely did before. It is a quiet, structural change in how people relate to land. Settling in one place instead of roaming also let Natufian women have children closer together, without the burden of carrying an infant on every seasonal move. Some researchers think that alone nudged population upward across the generations. More mouths pressing gradually against the same wild grain stands that had once seemed limitless. And staying put changes the math on the wild grain too. A mobile band harvests what is near camp this month and moves on. A settled group returns to the exact same stand of wild wheat year after year, harvesting hard, watching it a little more closely, noticing which patches come back thicker. That kind of close, repeated attention to one patch of ground is not farming yet. Nobody is turning soil or planting a row, but it is the first ingredient. You cannot domesticate a plant you only see once a decade. You can only domesticate one you keep coming back to, watching, and eventually, without quite meaning to, start managing. Even here, before anything we would call farming existed, ground stone tools start showing up in the archaeological layers, mortars, pestles, the earliest querns. That is worth remembering. The tool that will eventually consume hours of every farming day did not appear alongside agriculture. It appeared first, quietly, in the hands of people who still had the luxury of an easier life. There's a colder pressure building underneath all this too, one the Natufians could not have known was coming. A climate shift, a long dry snap the geological record later names the Younger Dryas, was about to hammer the wild grain stands they had grown to depend on. Abundance does not stay abundant forever, and people who have built a settled life around a resource notice fast when that resource starts to fail. Historians still argue over which pressure mattered most: thickening population, shrinking climate, or simple opportunism at unusually rich sites. Probably it was some tangle of all three, reinforcing each other in ways no single Natufian family could have stepped back far enough to see. That is usually how species-level turning points work. Nobody experiences the turning point. They just experience next season. The Younger Dryas cold snap lasted roughly 12 centuries, brutal by any human lifespan, but a blink in geological time. And it hit right as Natufian communities had grown most dependent on their settled grain stands. Some sites were abandoned outright. Others adapted by leaning harder into cultivation instead of retreating back to a fully mobile life. That choice, adapt in place rather than disperse, is the hinge this whole film keeps circling. So picture the moment, not dramatic, barely a moment at all. A woman kneeling at the edge of a wild grain stand that used to fill her storage pit in 3 weeks, and now takes 5. She looks at the thinner patch, and at the handful of seed heads that fell early, still whole, still viable. And she pushes a few of them into the loosened soil near her hut, instead of eating them. It is such a small gesture. It leaves no tool behind, no monument, nothing an excavation could point to and say, here, this exact act. But multiplied across a few hundred people, over a few hundred seasons, in a few dozen valleys just like this one, it becomes the hinge the entire rest of this story swings on. She does not know she has done anything unusual. She is simply hedging against a bad season, the same instinct that has kept her people alive for tens of thousands of years. What she cannot know, What nobody could know is that this hedge is the first thread of a rope that will eventually tie her descendants to this exact patch of ground permanently. But before that rope tightens, something else happens first, and it has almost nothing to do with hunger. Not far from these same hills, people with no permanent homes at all start hauling stones the way to the city, bus up a hillside, for reasons that have nothing to do with feeding themselves. Or so it seems at first. On a bare hilltop in what is now southeastern Turkey, people who slept in temporary camps, owned no pottery, and grew no crops spent generations hauling and carving limestone pillars weighing up to 20 tons apiece. No wheel, no draft animal, no metal tool touched any of it. Just human muscle, rope, timber, and whatever belief was strong enough to demand this. The site is called Göbekli Tepe, and its oldest layers date to roughly 9,600 BCE. That number matters more than it sounds like it should. It places this monument centuries before archaeologists find confirmed evidence of domesticated cereal anywhere on Earth. The builders were, by every marker archaeologists use, still hunter-gatherers. A University of Chicago survey team had actually walked across this exact hill back in 1963 and dismissed it, noting some broken limestone slabs and assuming it was nothing more than an abandoned medieval cemetery. It took another 3 decades before anyone looked closely enough to realize the slabs were carved, buried, and considerably older than anything medieval by about 11,000 years. For decades, the assumed order of operations went one direction only. Farming first, surplus food second, permanent villages third, and only then, once people had time on their hands, organized religion and monumental architecture. Göbekli Tepe runs that sequence backwards. The temple came first. The farming came after. The pillars themselves are unmistakably deliberate, shaped, carved, arranged in rings. Nothing about them accidental. Most are cut in a distinctive T shape, some interpreted as stylized human or divine figures, arms carved in relief along the sides, hands meeting at the front, almost as if the stone itself is standing there watching you. And crawling across nearly every surface are animals, not gentle ones. Foxes, boars, snakes coiled and ready to strike, scorpions, vultures with wings spread wide over what some researchers read as a headless human figure. This is not pastoral imagery. It reads like a world still governed by predators, danger, and things that could kill you, carved by people who knew that world intimately. Pillar 43, nicknamed the Vulture Stone by researchers, carries some of the most debated imagery on the whole site. Vultures, a scorpion, what may be a solar or celestial symbol, arranged in a way some read as narrative, even calendrical. Nobody agrees on exactly what it says. Everybody agrees it was saying something specific to the people who carved it. Raising a single one of these pillars was not a weekend project for a family. Estimates for moving and erecting the largest stones run into the hundreds of person-hours, which means dozens of people, fed and coordinated, working together for an extended stretch. That coordination alone tells you something changed in how these groups organize themselves, well before any of them had a farm to organize around. In the bedrock, just downhill from the enclosures, sits an unfinished pillar still attached to the quarry stone, abandoned mid-extraction, estimated at over 50 tons if it had ever been freed and finished. Nobody knows exactly why they stopped work on that one. What it proves is that the builders were, at times, working right at the outer edge of what their methods and their manpower could physically manage. Coordinating dozens of people to feed, direct, and physically move stone at this scale usually implies some kind of organizing authority, even a temporary or seasonal one. Some archaeologists see early hints of leadership or ritual specialists here, roles that would harden generations later into the priests, chiefs, and kings that farming societies eventually produce in abundance. If so, hierarchy may be older than the plow too. So where does hunting and gathering find the surplus to feed a construction crew like that? The site sits within reach of some of the densest known wild einkorn wheat stands in the entire region, and researchers studying the genetics of modern domesticated einkorn have traced its closest wild relatives to the mountains barely 20 miles from Göbekli Tepe's hill. That is not a coincidence anyone in the field takes lightly anymore. The place where wheat was first domesticated sits almost on top of the place where humans built their first known monumental temple. Two firsts in the same small patch of hills within a few centuries of each other. Göbekli Tepe is not even alone. Related sites nearby, Navali Kori, and more recently Karahan Tepe, just a few miles off, show similar T-shaped pillars, similar carved imagery, similar scale of communal effort. This was not one eccentric hilltop. It was a pattern of ritual construction spread across an entire regional culture, built by people the textbooks used to insist were too busy surviving to build anything at all. The theory that has gained the most traction goes like this. Göbekli Tepe was not a village. It was a gathering place, likely seasonal, drawing scattered hunter-gatherer bands together for ritual, feasting, maybe marriage alliances and trade from a wide surrounding territory. And gathering hundreds of people in one place, even briefly, creates a logistics problem no forger ever had to solve before. Picture the gathering itself for a moment. Smoke curling up from dozens of fires. The smell of roasting gazelle and wild grain porridge drifting across the hillside. Strangers from valleys of weeks walk apart, trading obsidian blades, arranging marriages, retelling stories in front of pillars carved with foxes and vultures. For a few weeks a year, this empty hilltop became the busiest place these people ever saw. Excavators of the site have found exactly the kind of evidence that logistics problem would leave behind. Massive stone vessels capable of holding over 100 liters, and residue analysis on some of them consistent with a fermented grain beverage, an early relative of beer. Feeding and watering a crowd like that on wild grain alone, gathered by hand, gets harder every single year the crowd grows. Archaeologist Oliver Dietrich, who has studied the stone vessels found at the site closely, is one of the researchers who argues the residues point toward organized feasting, quite possibly involving a fermented grain drink, tied directly to the seasonal gatherings the site was built to host. Beer, in his reading, was not a byproduct of farming. It may have been part of the reason farming got a push in the first place. Wild grain gathering has a hard ceiling. You can only harvest what nature happened to grow that year in that spot at that density. Once demand for grain starts being driven by the periodic, unpredictable need to feed a religious gathering of hundreds on top of daily hunger, that ceiling starts to feel less like a fact of nature and more like a problem worth solving. And the most direct way to solve it is the one nobody wants to be first to try. Save some of the best seed. Clear a patch of ground near the gathering site. Plant it deliberately, instead of leaving it to grow wherever wind and chance decided. Not because you're hungry day to day, but because next year's crowd is going to need to eat, and eat reliably. If that theory holds, and a growing number of archaeologists think it does, then the first real push toward farming in this part of the world was not famine. It was not desperation. It was the logistics of throwing a party big enough and sacred enough that walking away from it was not really an option. There's something almost funny about that, in the darkest possible sense. The most consequential technological shift in human history, the one that eventually restructures diet, disease, labor, and social hierarchy for every person born after it, may have started as an attempt to keep the beer and the barbecue flowing at a recurring religious festival. Then, at some point, the people using Göbekli Tepe did something almost as strange as building it in the first place. They buried it, deliberately, layer by layer, filling the enclosures with rubble, animal bone, and debris, until the towering pillars disappeared entirely under an artificial hill. This was not neglect or collapse. Deliberate backfilling like this takes almost as much organized labor as the original construction did. Some researchers think each enclosure was buried once its ritual purpose was, in some sense, used up and a new one built nearby to take its place. Whatever the reason, it was intentional, and it was enormous work spent on closing something, not building it. That burial is in its own way the reason we are looking at any of this today. The rubble that entombed the pillars also protected them, sealing the carvings from thousands of years of weather and looting until a German archaeologist named Klaus Schmidt began serious excavation there in the 1990s and realized what he was actually standing on top of. Schmidt himself called it, only half joking, the first temple. He spent the rest of his career arguing that this single hilltop rewrote the order of the Neolithic Revolution, that belief, not need, might be the older engine. He died in 2014, with excavations still less than 10% complete. Most of Göbekli Tepe, quite possibly, is still buried. Not every interpretation of the carvings holds up under scrutiny. Claims that specific pillars encode a comet impact or a precise astronomical calendar have drawn real skepticism from mainstream archaeologists, who caution against reading 21st century meaning into 11,500-year-old stone. What is not in dispute is the scale of the labor, and the fact that it happened before farming, not after. By around 8000 BCE, use of the site tapers off and eventually stops altogether. Right around the same centuries, the surrounding valleys fill up with the region's first true farming villages, complete with domesticated einkorn in their storage pits. The temple on the hill and the wheat field down in the valley were, it turns out, part of the very same story. Sit with what that implies for a second. The oldest known monumental structure on Earth was built by people who owned nothing permanent, planted nothing, and herded nothing. And the leading theory for why they eventually did start planting is that they wanted to keep coming back to this exact hill for this exact reason and needed a way to feed themselves while they did. If that is true, it means the first cage in this story was not built out of hunger at all. It was built out of devotion. Somebody or something was worth showing up for again and again, and the price of showing up reliably turned out to be a field and a seed, and a decision nobody realized, yet they could not walk back. Because somewhere in these same hills, within a few centuries of that first deliberate planting near a temple, wild wheat stops behaving like a wild plant at all. And the change is so small, it would not have registered to anyone living through it. It shows up only in the seed itself, and only if you know exactly what to look for. Somewhere in the Fertile Crescent, a farmer crouches at the edge of last year's plot and looks over a handful of wild wheat stalks she saved instead of eating. Some seed heads shattered the moment they ripened, scattering themselves across the ground the way wild wheat always had. A few stubborn heads held on, seeds still clinging to the stalk, easy to gather whole. She replants only those. She has no idea she is running an experiment. She is just doing the obviously sensible thing, keeping the seed that was easiest to collect and looked healthiest going into next season. That single, boring, practical instinct, repeated by thousands of people across hundreds of years, is the entire mechanism of plant domestication. Nobody needed a plan. They just needed to keep doing the easy thing. Between roughly 10,000 and 8,000 BCE, this quiet, repeated selection reshapes einkorn wheat, emmer wheat, barley, lentils, and peas across the Fertile Crescent. Archaeobotanists tracking this in the seed record look for one specific structural change above all others, the rachis, the small stem connecting each seed to the central stalk. A 1997 genetic study, led by researcher Manfred Hune, compared DNA from modern domesticated einkorn against wild populations across the Fertile Crescent and traced the closest match to a single mountain range, the Karakidag Hills, barely a day's walk from Göbekli Tepe. One study, one small mountain range, and an entire species of grain that now feeds a meaningful share of humanity traces back to it. In wild wheat, the rachis is brittle by design. It is supposed to snap easily, so the plant can fling its seeds outward and reproduce on its own without any help. That brittleness is the entire survival strategy of a wild grass. Break it, and the plant can no longer scatter its own children across the landscape. A sickle changes the selection pressure on that trait completely. Swing a blade through a field of ripe wild wheat, and the brittle stalks have already shattered and dropped their seed before you arrive. Lost to the harvest, left behind in the dirt. The stalks were the tougher, mutant rachis, the ones that held their seed instead of scattering it, are the only ones still standing there waiting to be cut. So every single harvest, without anyone intending it, becomes a filter. The plants that get cut and carried home and replanted are, on average, the ones genetically least equipped to spread on their own. Do that for a few hundred generations of wheat, which is only a few hundred years, and you have quietly built a plant that has lost its own reproductive independence. The archaeological record shows this shift happening in real time, if you know where to dig. Early sites show almost entirely brittle rachis wheat, the wild type. Move forward a few centuries and the ratio flips. Tough rachis types dominating the seed assemblages found in storage pits and hearth ash. That flip is domestication caught mid-transition in the dirt. At a site called Tel Aswad in the Damascus Basin, and at Abu Huraira further north, archaeologists have pulled seed samples out of superimposed layers spanning exactly this window, watching the ratio of wild to domesticated grain shift, layer by layer, century by century, like watching a photograph slowly develop in the dark. Seed size climbs too, across the same centuries. Bigger seeds germinate faster and more reliably when planted deliberately in cleared, tilled ground, an environment nothing like the wild hillside those plants evolved for. Farmers kept the biggest, plumpest seed for next year's planting, again for entirely practical reasons, and again without any concept of what they were engineering. Barley followed a similar path, slightly more forgiving of poor soil and drought than wheat, which is likely why it spread even faster into marginal land. Its domesticated form shows the same telltale shift, a tougher rachis, plumper grain, seed heads that stopped shattering on their own. Two founder crops, following the same blind mechanism, in the same handful of centuries. This is co-domestication, and it runs in both directions at once. The wheat was changing the humans just as surely as the humans were changing the wheat. A plant that can no longer scatter its own seed needs something to do that job for it, every single year, forever, or it goes extinct within a generation. That something turned out to be us. Tough rachis wheat cannot reseed a fallow field on its own the way its wild ancestor could. Somebody has to harvest it, thresh it, save part of the yield, till the ground, and physically put the seed back in the dirt every single planting season without fail, or the crop simply does not come back next year. Which means the wheat had, without any intention on its part either, made itself indispensable to the people growing it, and made those people indispensable to it right back. Two species, locked into each other's survival, neither one able to walk away without killing the other's future. That is not a metaphor. That is the literal biology of what tough, rachis domestication does. Alongside the cereals came the legumes, lentils, peas, chickpeas, bitter vetch, each domesticated through the same quiet, unconscious pressure, selected generation after generation for seed coats that let water in faster and pods that held onto their seed instead of flinging it away. Botanists studying this whole cluster together call it the founder crop package, 8 or so species that, once combined, could carry a household's entire diet. This is the moment this film calls the true point of no return, and it is worth being precise about why, because the trap is not emotional or cultural. It is economic in the coldest, most literal sense of the word, and it tightens gradually enough that nobody inside it ever feels the exact click of the lock. Picture a household that has just cleared a patch of ground by hand, grubbing out roots and stone with wood and bone tools, work that took days. They have planted it. They are now months away from a single harvest, with real labor and real calories already sunk into ground that will produce nothing if they walk away from it now. Run the numbers on a single household's year, and the trap gets easier to see. Clearing new ground, sowing, tending, and wading through a growing season locks up months of labor against a single payoff that does not arrive until harvest. A forager who has a bad week can simply try somewhere else tomorrow. A farmer who has a bad growing season has already spent it and has nothing to show until the next one comes around. Compare that to a forager's relationship with any single patch of land. If the hunting is bad this month, you move. The cost of leaving is close to zero. You were never invested in that one hillside to begin with. A farmer with a planted field has built an investment that only pays out if they stay, tend it, defend it, and wait. Economists have a name for this now: sunk cost, throwing good effort after past effort, because walking away feels like wasting what you already spent. The Neolithic farmer did not have a term. She had the field in front of her, half grown, and the very real, very immediate math that abandoning it now meant losing everything already invested and having nothing to show for the season. So the rational move every single season is to double down. Clear a little more ground next year. Plan a little more, because more insurance against a bad season feels safer than less. Each of those individually sensible choices adds another thread to a rope that, added up across a lifetime, across a village, across a few centuries, becomes very difficult to cut. And unlike foraging, farming this way concentrates risk instead of spreading it. A hunter-gatherer relying on 40 different food sources can absorb the failure of any one of them without much trouble. A household relying mostly on 1 or 2 cereal crops has nowhere to hide if a drought, a blight, or a bad frost hits at exactly the wrong week. That narrowing is its own quiet cost, separate from the labor. Wild diets drew from dozens of species across a full year. The archaeobotanical record of early farming villages shows diet narrowing hard, down to a handful of staple crops carrying most of the caloric load. Fewer nutrients, fewer safety nets, more eggs in fewer, more fragile baskets. None of this happened as a single dramatic decision anyone could point to and regret out loud. It happened as 1,000 small, locally rational choices, each one making the next one more likely, until an entire community's survival ran through a handful of domesticated seeds that, biologically, could no longer survive without them either. There's a particular kind of horror in that mutual dependency, if you let yourself actually look at it. The wheat needed humans to reproduce at all, having traded away its wild ability to seed itself. The humans, without ever voting on it, without a single person alive who could remember what came before it, had taken on a dependent that would never, ever let them leave. For a long time, textbooks described domestication almost like a single invention, a moment of realization. More recent research, particularly work led by archaeobotanist Dorian Fuller tracking rakish changes across many sites, suggests it actually took far longer, in some cases over 1,000 years of cultivation, before wild-type seed dispersal traits were fully replaced by the domesticated form. This was not a discovery. It was a slow, accidental erosion. There was a demographic payoff hiding underneath all this labor, even if nobody was counting it that way at the time. A cleared, planted field can support more people per acre than the same land left wild, and settled women, no longer carrying an infant on long seasonal treks, tended to have children closer together. Populations relying on farming grew faster than populations that did not, even while each individual farmer, on average, grew sicker doing it. This exact mechanism, unconscious selection through repeated harvesting slowly disabling a wild plant's ability to reseed itself, was not unique to the Fertile Crescent. Rice in the Yangtze Valley, maize in Mesoamerica, millet in northern China, each domesticated independently, centuries or millennia apart, and each one, when researchers checked the seed record, showing the same telltale shift toward a plant that had quietly lost the ability to survive without a human hand replanting it. Geneticists estimate that full domestication, the point where the tough rachis form fully dominates a cultivated field, took something on the order of 1,000 to 2,000 years from the first deliberate plantings. Slow enough that no single person alive ever saw it start and finish. Fast enough on the timescale of an entire species that it might as well have happened overnight. What none of them could have measured yet, because nobody was counting, was exactly how much of the day this new arrangement was about to eat. More than the planting and the waiting. The part that came after the harvest, the part that happened every single day, indoors, on your knees, long before anyone in the household got to eat a single bite. Before a single loaf of bread reaches a Neolithic mouth, somebody has already been on their knees for hours. Not baking, grinding, dragging a fist-sized stone back and forth across a larger slab, over and over, turning whole grain into something fine enough to actually eat. This happens before breakfast. It happens most days. It is not the interesting part of the story. It is most of the story. Archaeologists reconstruct this grim arithmetic from two directions at once. First were patterns on the actual ground stone tools recovered from Neolithic sites, the direction of the polish, the depth of the groove worn into the slab over years of use. Second, experimental archaeology, researchers literally sitting down with a replica quern and grinding real grain, stopwatch running, to see how long it actually takes. The results are not gentle. Producing enough flour to feed a single adult for one day, using a saddle quern, the simple slab and handstone setup common across the early Neolithic, can take somewhere around 2 to 3 hours of continuous grinding. Multiply that by a household of 5 or 6 people, and grinding alone eats a working day. The posture is brutal on its own terms, independent of the hours. Kneeling, leaning forward, both hands driving the upper stone forward and back in a repeated stroke, thousands of times in a single session. Researchers studying the skeletons of Neolithic women have found the physical signature of exactly this motion written into the bone, a specific pattern this fill will look at closely very soon. At Abu Huraira in Syria, bioarchaeologist Thea Mollison spent years examining skeletons spanning exactly this transition and found something specific in the women's remains: extra bone growth in the big toe joint, curvature in the lower spine, grooves worn into the front teeth from repeatedly gripping something rigid. Her conclusion was that this was the physical signature of years spent kneeling over a saddle quern, using the whole body's weight to drive the grinding stone forward. Some time motion studies looking at daily grinding requirements across a full agricultural year put the number well above the 2 or 3 hour estimate for a single portion. Once you account for a household actually needing several full meals worth of flour rather than a bare minimum ration. Some reconstructions put the physical stroke count for a single household's daily flour somewhere in the thousands. For 1,000 is not an unreasonable middle estimate for a demanding day. And grinding is not a task that happens once and is done. It happens constantly because ground flour spoils and attracts pests fast in a way that whole, unground grain sitting safely in a storage pit does not. So there is no batching this away, no grinding a month's supply on a lazy Sunday. It has to be redone close to daily for as long as bread or porridge stays on the menu, which is to say, forever now. In excavated Neolithic houses, the quern is often the single most prominent object on the floor plan, sometimes set into a purpose-built platform or bin positioned near the hearth where the person grinding could work and mind a fire at the same time. It is furniture in a sense and a life sentence in another sense, because whoever occupied that spot in the household was going to occupy it again tomorrow. Now, stack the rest of the farming calendar on top of that daily grind, because grinding was never the whole job, only the part that happened indoors every single day, regardless of season. The outdoor half of the work followed its own relentless clock, one that a hunter-gatherer's year had never demanded. Sowing came first, usually in autumn for winter cereals, ground broken by hand or with simple wooden digging sticks, seed pressed into soil row by row, no draft animals, yet doing any of this work for most of the early Neolithic. That is days of stooped, repetitive labor before a single green shoot has even appeared above the dirt. Then came weeding, and this part rarely makes it into the popular picture of ancient farming, but it should because it was constant. Wild plants do not politely stay out of a cultivated field. They invade it aggressively, competing for the same water and light the crop needs. Left unchecked for even a few weeks, weeds could get a harvest before it ever formed seed head. Weeding meant walking every row by hand, pulling unwanted growth without damaging the crop stalks beside it, over and over through the entire growing season. There was no herbicide, no machine, no shortcut, just hours, added to the hours already spent grinding yesterday's flour, added to the hours still to come. Children were not exempt either. Ethnographic and later historical records describe entire days spent by the youngest members of farming households doing nothing but walking the edges of a ripening field, shouting and throwing stones to keep birds from stripping the crop before harvest. It was tedious, low-status work, and it was essential because an unguarded field could lose a meaningful share of its yield to birds within days of ripening. Harvest itself, the part that sounds almost festive in retrospect, was in reality a brutal, narrow window of effort. Wild and early domesticated cereals ripened fast and unevenly, and waiting even a few days too long meant losing grain to shattering, to birds, to weather. So the entire community worked flat out, sunrise to dusk, cutting with sickles for whatever stretch the ripe window actually lasted. After the cutting came threshing, beating the harvested stalks to separate grain from husk and stem, usually done by hand with flails or by driving animals over spread-out sheaves. Then winnowing, tossing the mixture into the air repeatedly so wind could carry off the lighter chaff and leave the heavier grain behind. Both jobs are exhausting, both are dusty, and neither one produces anything you can eat until they are finished. Only after all of that does the grain reach storage, and only after storage does it reach the quern, where the whole cycle this chapter opened with starts again, day after day, for as long as the stored grain lasts. There is no season in this calendar that reads as rest. Sowing bleeds into weeding, weeding into harvest, harvest into threshing, threshing into grinding, grinding into sowing again. Now hold that entire cycle next to the Natufians from a few thousand years earlier, the ones who filled a year's storage pit in about 3 weeks of wild grain gathering, and then, by the anthropological measurements of comparable foraging societies, spent the bulk of the rest of their time on rest, craft, and each other's company. Researchers using optimal foraging theory to compare food strategies by efficiency, calories returned per hour of labor invested, consistently rank wild cereal gathering and hunting above early cultivated grain once you count the full agricultural cycle, sowing through grinding. Farming wins on total calories per acre. It loses, often badly, on calories per hour of actual human effort. Which number matters more depends entirely on whether you're counting land or counting a person's life. The farming household, by contrast, is never really off the clock. Time motion studies comparing foraging and early agricultural labor consistently find the same direction of change. Farming increases total working hours per household, sometimes dramatically, even as it also increases total calories produced. More food, yes, but not more food per hour of human effort. Often the opposite. That is the part that punctures the myth so completely once you actually sit with the numbers. Farming did not add a little labor on top of a foraging lifestyle that otherwise stayed the same. It multiplied the labor, stacking a grinding task, a weeding task, a threshing task, a sowing task, each with its own deadline, on top of each other in a calendar with no genuine gap. The wear patterns line up overwhelmingly with women's skeletons rather than men's at most sites studied this way, suggesting grinding fell disproportionately to them, layered on top of childbearing, childcare, and whatever fieldwork also needed doing that day. If farming multiplied labor overall, it appears to have multiplied at least evenly of all onto the women who kept the household fed, one stroke at a time. And underneath all those added hours, the diet itself was quietly getting narrower, not richer. Where a Natufian family ate from dozens of wild sources across a year, gazelle and fish and nuts and legumes and wild grain rotating with the seasons, an early farming household increasingly ate the same 2 or 3 domesticated staples, wheat or barley, a lentil, or a pea, meal after meal after meal. More labor and a narrower diet is a genuinely strange trade to make voluntarily, if you step back and look at it plainly instead of through the lens of a textbook that already knows agriculture wins in the end. Nobody living through this transition had that ending. They just had this season's grinding stone, and the next one, and the one after that. There's a popular image of the shift to farming as humanity finally settling down, slowing down, building a stable, easier life after the exhausting uncertainty of the chase. Put the actual hours side by side, and that image does not survive contact with the evidence. Hour for hour, task for task, it is closer to the exact opposite of what happened. There's a structural loneliness in this new arrangement too, easy to miss next to the raw hour counts. Natufian foraging success was shared risk, spread across a band that hunted and gathered together and pooled the result. Farming labor concentrated onto individual households, grinding their own grain, weeding their own row, and living or starving largely by their own effort. The safety net got smaller precisely when the workload got bigger. The wild irony sitting underneath all of it is that the people doing this grinding, this weeding, this threshing almost certainly believed they were doing this sensible thing. Storing food against a bad season, feeding more children, building something that would last. They were right about the food lasting. Nobody warned them what it would cost their own bodies to keep producing it. And the body keeps count even when nobody else does. Every kneeling hour at the quern, every stooped hour in the weeded row, every dawn to dusk stretch at harvest leaves a mark somewhere in the skeleton, whether or not the person carrying it ever thought of themselves as working too hard. That is where this story goes next, and it does not stay confined to the Fertile Crescent. Farming crops up independently on different continents over the following millennia, and wherever archaeologists have gone looking, the skeletons of the first farmers keep telling a version of this same story, written this time not in labor estimates, but directly in enamel, in bone density, in the twisted geometry of a wrist that spent a lifetime grinding grain. And still, by every account the archaeological and later historical record can offer, essentially nobody looked at this trade, more hours, narrower diet, harder bodies, and simply walked back into the hills to forage full-time again. The sunk cost had already closed that door 2 chapters earlier. What was left was only the labor and the slow, patient work of getting used to it. A forensic anthropologist runs a finger down a lumbar vertebra pulled from a grave that is 7,000 years old. She stops where the bone has collapsed in on itself. A wedge-shaped compression fracture, the kind she usually sees in patients in their 80s who have spent a lifetime hauling their own body weight around. The woman this spine belonged to was 28 when she died. Her vertebrae had already given up. This is not the strange exception anymore. This is the file cabinet, drawer after drawer of these same collapsed discs, these same worn joints, pulled from village after village across 3 continents, and they all tell the same story in the same handwriting. The man who first turned this into a science was a physical anthropologist named John Lawrence Angel. Starting in the 1940s, he spent decades with calipers and X-ray plates, measuring thousands of skeletons pulled from Greek and Anatolian soil, tracking one population through 10,000 years of change. What Angel found, when he lined the numbers up by date, was a height chart that should not exist. Average adult stature in the Eastern Mediterranean drops by several centimeters right at the point people start farming, and it does not fully recover for thousands of years. Something about the new way of living was stunting people in real time. In 1984, 2 researchers, Mark Cohen and George Armalagos, pulled together the largest skeletal survey of its kind, data from more than 20 sites across the Old World and the Americas, places that had never farmed the same crop or spoken the same language. They called the book Paleopathology at the Origins of Agriculture. The title undersells what is actually inside it. Because site after site, continent after continent, the pattern repeats with almost no exceptions. Wherever people put down the bow and the digging stick and picked up the sickle, their bones got worse. Not a little worse. Measurably, consistently worse. On every axis a skeleton can be measured. Start with the teeth, because teeth keep a diary nothing else does. Enamel hypoplasia is a defect, a groove, or a pitted band, laid down whenever a child's body is hit hard enough by illness or hunger that growth simply stops for a while. Count the bands on a molar, and you are counting the number of times that child nearly did not make it. Foraging children carry a few of these lines. Farming children carry more often, starting younger. A body that spends its childhood on the edge of malnutrition writes that fact permanently into the one material that survives the 10,000 years between then and a laboratory table now. Then there is decay itself. Cavities in forager skeletons are rare. Some surveys put the rate under 2% of teeth. In early farming populations dependent on starchy grain, that rate jumps by a factor of 5, sometimes 10, site to site. Grain turns to sugar in the mouth, and sugar feeds the bacteria that drill through enamel. And the flour itself was a weapon. Grinding wheat between two stones leaves grit in the meal, fine particles of ground rock mixed into every loaf. Chew that for 30 years, and the enamel decays and wears flat at the same time, ground down past the crown, sometimes all the way to the exposed, aching nerve. Move down the body to the joints. Osteoarthritis leaves its own signature, pitted, polished bone where cartilage used to be, bony spurs growing at the edges of a joint asked to do the same motion under the same load, tens of thousands of times too many. In early farmers, it shows up in the knees, the lower spine, and above all in the wrists and shoulders of the people who ground grain. That last detail has a gender written into it. At site after site, it is disproportionately women's skeletons carrying the worst wrist and shoulder damage, the same joints strained by the kneeling, rocking grind stroke already worn into someone's knees. The labor was not distributed evenly. The bones remember that too. Now look inside the skull. Parodic hyperostosis, a spongy, pitted texture spreading across the outer bone of the cranium, and its close cousin Cribororbitalia, the same porous damage inside the eye sockets. Both are the skeleton's response to chronic iron deficiency anemia, the body pulling marrow production into overdrive and thinning the bone from the inside out to do it. These lesions show up overwhelmingly in the skeletons of infants and small children, the ones least able to survive a poor diet and most likely to be sick at the same time. They are malnourished, each condition making the other worse. A cereal-heavy diet is desperately low in the iron a growing body needs, and there was often nothing else on the plate to make up the difference. Pick up one skull from a Neolithic infant grave and hold it to the light. The pitting across the eye sockets is visible without a microscope, a texture like coral instead of smooth bone. This child did not die of a single dramatic illness. This child's body had been losing a slow argument with its own diet since before it could walk. Beyond the joints and the teeth, farming skeletons also carry more periosteal reactions, a thin new layer of inflamed bone laid down on the shaft in response to infection. Settled village life meant living for years on top of the same patch of ground, the same waste, the same drinking water that had already passed through 100 other households before it reached you. None of this is one unlucky skeleton in one unlucky grave. Cohen and Armalagos, and the generation of researchers who followed them, were looking at hundreds of sites and thousands of individuals, and the trend line only sharpens with more data, not less. This is population-level evidence, gathered independently on different continents by people who are not looking for the same answer and found it anyway. At some early agricultural cemeteries in the Eastern Mediterranean and the Americas, researchers have found parodic hyperostosis in well over half of all child skeletons recovered, compared to a small fraction in the forager burials that came before them in the same regions. Half of the children in the ground, carrying the marks of chronic anemia in their skulls. Remember the single skeleton laid on the table at the start of all this, the side-by-side comparison that looked almost too clean to trust. This is why it was never a trick of selection. It is the average case, The healthy-looking forager skeleton and the damaged farmer skeleton were the rule, replicated at scale. Go back to stature, because it is the easiest number to hold in your head. Populations across the Near East and Europe lose, on average, several centimeters of adult height within a few centuries of adopting farming. In some regions, that height is not recovered until the 19th or 20th century, until refrigeration and vaccines finally paid off a debt thousands of years old. One of the clearest single case studies sits in Illinois at a site called Dixon Mounds, where the same valley population buried its dead across the transition into full-scale maize farming. Skeletons from the earlier layers show fewer infections and better bone density. Skeletons from the later, farming-dependent layers show a measurable jump in every marker of stress researchers were tracking. Same valley, same gene pool, one archaeological layer apart. Think about what that means in practical terms. A person alive during the Roman Empire, eating a diet still dominated by wheat and barley, was on average shorter than a hunter-gatherer who had lived 7,000 years earlier. Farming cost that first generation plenty, and then kept charging interest for 100 generations after. At Abu Huraira, a village in what is now Syria that was occupied straight through the transition from foraging to farming, the skeletal record shows the shift happening almost inside a single population. Cavity rates climb, stature drops, and the toe bones of grinding stone users show a distinctive pattern of hyperflexion, evidence of hours spent kneeling in the exact same posture day after day for years. Long bone fractures tell their own quieter story. Heel breaks in forearms and ribs turn up more often in farming skeletons than the foragers who came before them in the same regions, consistent with falls, kicks from animals, and the ordinary hazards of fields, roofs, and grinding rooms that simply did not exist in the same form for a band following game across open country. So what actually changed on the plate? A hunter-gatherer band moving through a single reasonably rich landscape might draw on something like 30 different wild plant and animal foods across 1 year, roots in spring, greens in summer, nuts and fat game in autumn, stored fat reserves through winter. Variety was not a luxury. It was the whole survival strategy. A farming household narrowed that same calendar down to 2 or 3 domesticated staples, wheat or barley as the backbone, a legume alongside it if they were fortunate, and very little else standing between the family and a bad season. They had more calories on average. They had almost no nutritional insurance. That is the biological difference between resilience and fragility. 30 foods means 30 separate failure points have to go wrong at once before a body starves of something it needs. 3 foods means 1 blight, 1 flood, 1 bad spring, and the whole diet and every nutrient riding on it goes down together. Angel called the pattern a decline in workload stress, and when asked plainly what changed, his answer was blunt for an academic. People started doing the same narrow motions, under the same narrow diet for the first time in the species' history, every single day, with no season that gave the body a real break. The anthropologist sets the vertebra back down on its foam cushion, next to the skull, next to the molars with their tally of hypoplasia lines. None of these bones were labeled with a cause of death. They did not need to be. Between the enamel, the joints, and the porous shadow across the eye sockets, this skeleton has already told her the whole medical history. This is not speculation dressed up as science. It is calcium and enamel measured under calipers, cataloged across 4 decades of research on every inhabited continent. It says the same thing everywhere it is asked. Farming made the average human body worse before it ever made it better. It came in through the wall because there was for the first time a wall to come in through, and on the other side of that wall, close enough to hear breathing in the dark, something with fur and hooves was about to make itself very much at home. In a Neolithic household, the family does not keep its animals in a separate barn down the path. The goats and sheep live inside the same mud brick walls the humans sleep behind, sometimes divided by nothing more than a low partition of dried mud. At night, you could reach out in the dark and touch fur breathing on the other side of that wall. Nobody building these walls understood what else was crossing them. Goats were likely first, sheep close behind them, both domesticated in the hill country stretching from the Zagros Mountains through southeastern Anatolia. Cattle came later, bred down from a formidable wild ancestor called the aurochs, an animal large enough that keeping one in a pen at all was its own kind of daily risk long before it was ever a reliable source of milk. Pigs were domesticated in multiple places independently, drawn in as scavengers around the edges of settlement before they were ever formally penned, feeding on human waste and scraps in a relationship that put them, from the very beginning, closer to human bodies and human refuse than almost any other domesticated animal. Goats and sheep were brought under human control in the hills of the Zagros and the Fertile Crescent roughly 10,000 years ago. Cattle and pigs followed within a few thousand years, domesticated independently in more than one region. It happened on almost the same timeline as the wheat and barley from earlier chapters, two domestications running side by side, plant and animal, feeding into the same households. The animals gave milk, meat on demand instead of meat by luck, wool, hide, and muscle for pulling a plow. What nobody could see, because nobody yet had the concept of a virus or a bacterium, was the second thing arriving with them, a permanent breathing reservoir of animal disease, now sharing a roof with human lungs, human blood, and human waste. Hunter-gatherer bands never lived like this. They hunted animals, butchered them fast, and moved on. Contact measured in hours, not years. A band might number 25 people, splitting and rejoining other bands across a season, never staying anywhere long enough, or in numbers large enough, for a disease to establish itself and keep circulating. That last detail is the whole hinge. A pathogen that only infects humans needs an unbroken chain of new, susceptible people to jump to, or it burns through a small population and dies out with nowhere left to go. A few hundred people scattered across a hunting territory was never enough of a chain. Farming villages, growing and clustering, finally were. Put a settled population in the hundreds, then the thousands next to domesticated herds in constant, intimate contact, day after day, generation after generation, and you have built precisely the incubator a new disease needs. Not a metaphorical one, an actual, measurable threshold of population density, and early farming villages were the first human communities in history to cross it. Measles is one of the clearest cases on record. Its closest known viral relative is rinderpest, a disease that moved through cattle herds, and the genetic distance between the two suggests a jump from cow to human sometime after cattle became a fixture of daily village life. A virus that once only knew how to infect livestock learned, through sheer repeated exposure, how to infect us instead. Tuberculosis tells a messy but related story. Strains of the bacteria closely tied to the ones that infect humans are also found in cattle, and dense contact with livestock, breathing the same enclosed air, handling the same milk and meat, sits at the center of how researchers think the disease found its foothold in settled populations. Wherever people and cattle shared close quarters, tuberculosis had an opening it never had before. Influenza had its own route in. Pigs, kept penned close to the house for their meat, are biologically strange in a useful way, susceptible to both bird flu and human flu strains at once, which makes a pig's body a mixing bowl where two viruses can swap genetic material and come out the other side as something entirely new. That mixing had nowhere to happen at this scale before pigs lived beside people. Brucellosis belongs on this same list. A bacterial disease passed through contact with infected livestock, their milk, and their birth fluids, causing recurring fever and joint pain in humans that can last for months. It thrives on exactly the kind of daily, hands-on animal care that pastoral farming life required and forager life never did. Added up, and a pattern falls out of the epidemiological record: measles, tuberculosis, influenza, and a long list of diseases behind them. Nearly all trace their origin to a domesticated animal, and nearly all of them required exactly the population density and exactly the sustained proximity that only settled farming life could provide. Humanity did not stumble into epidemic disease. It built the conditions for it, one pen at a time. Step back inside the house and look at the actual floor plan. At sites across Anatolia and the Fertile Crescent, archaeologists have mapped animal pens built directly into the residential structure, sharing a roof, sharing a support wall, sometimes sharing the same entrance humans used to come and go. This was not neglect. This was the design. At Keonu, a site in southeastern Turkey excavated across the second half of the 20th century, archaeologists found some of the clearest early evidence of this arrangement. Structures with a section clearly given over to penned animals standing right beside the section given over to people. Floor plans that leave no ambiguity about how close the two lives really were. The floor itself becomes part of the problem. Dung, urine, spilled grain, and human waste all settle into the same packed earth over years of continuous occupation, because nobody is picking up and moving to cleaner ground the way a forager band would without a second thought. The filth does not wash away. It accumulates, season after season, under the same feet. A hunter-gatherer camp effectively resets itself. Leave a site fouled by waste and disease, and the band simply walks somewhere clean, leaving the pathogens with no host left to infect and nowhere to go. It is, without anyone intending it, one of the most effective public health strategies available, and farming quietly took it off the table. Flies, fleas, and lice thrive on exactly the conditions permanent settlement provides: standing waste, stored grain drawing and vermin, warm, enclosed sleeping spaces shared with animals night after night. Each of those insects works as a delivery system in miniature, carrying pathogens from animal to storage pit to human skin with total indifference to which species it bites next. None of this required anyone to be careless. Families kept their animals close because that closeness was the entire point: protection from thieves and predators, warmth in a cold season, milk within arm's reach at dawn. The same decision that made economic sense made biological sense to a pathogen looking for its next host, and neither species in that room understood the trade being made. Modern epidemiology has a name for what these households became without knowing it: a spillover zone, the precise physical setting where a pathogen adapted to one species gets enough repeated exposure to a second species to eventually manage the jump. Every one of these mud, brick homes, night after night, was running that experiment without a single person in it aware an experiment was even underway. 7 distinct animal-borne disease families are estimated to trace back, at least in part, to the domestication events covered in this chapter. 7 out of a species that had lived alongside wild animals at a hunting distance for hundreds of thousands of years without producing anything close to this list. Ancient pathogen research has started to confirm this from the inside out. Genetic material pulled from Neolithic skeletons has turned up infection signatures that match this exact zoonotic profile, evidence simply not present in the older, pre-farming skeletal record from the same regions. The bones are no longer just describing arthritis and malnutrition. They are naming specific infections that did not exist for this species before now. There is a number epidemiologists use called critical community size, the minimum number of continuously connected, non-immune people a disease needs available to keep itself alive indefinitely instead of burning out. For many of these early zoonotic diseases, that number sits somewhere in the tens of thousands, a population size that simply did not exist anywhere on Earth until farming produced it. Every earlier chapter in this film has been building toward exactly this number without saying so. The surplus that let people stop moving, the settlements that let people cluster. All of it, stacked together, produced the one condition a species-jumping virus had been waiting the better part of human history for: enough people standing still, close enough together for long enough. This is not a distant technical footnote. These same disease families, the descendants of the pathogens taking their first steps into human bodies in these mud brick pens, are the ones that will later travel with European ships to the Americas and kill, on a scale no weapon of that era could match, entire populations with no prior exposure and no inherited resistance. There are also the diseases that will periodically empty entire cities for thousands of years afterward, plague years and epidemic years scattered through every civilization that follows this one, all of it tracing back, generation after generation of virus and bacteria, to a night not unlike this one, in a room not unlike this one. Picture the family again, asleep on a raised platform of packed earth, a low wall between them, and the animals that will, centuries from now, be blamed for nothing, because nobody yet has any language for blame that reaches down to the size of a virus. All they know is the animals are warm, useful, and close. That closeness is doing something else entirely while everyone sleeps. No one in that room will ever know what moved between species that night, or any of the 1,000 nights like it across 1,000 villages just like it. The ignition does not look like an event. It looks like an ordinary evening, repeated with total patience, until patience is all a disease ever needed. The fuse lit here does not go off for generations, sometimes for thousands of years, which is exactly why nobody watching it happen could have called it a fuse at all. It looked like comfort. It looked like security, animals close enough to guard, milk close enough to reach. It was also, without anyone's knowledge or consent, the ignition point for the deadliest killer humanity would ever produce. It starts with a rainy season that will not behave. The wheat comes up thin, then comes up spotted, then does not come up at all in whole sections of the field. A community that has trusted this ground for generations watches its granary numbers fail to add up, and there is no wild backup plan left to reach for. 100 generations of alternatives have narrowed down to this one crop, and this one crop just failed. A hunter-gatherer band facing a bad season had options built into the very structure of how they lived. Fewer nuts this autumn, fine, follow the herd a little further north. A poor fishing run, fine, there's a valley 3 days east nobody has hunted this year. Scarcity meant movement, and movement usually meant survival. This community does not have that option anymore. Not really. Generations of clearing land for one crop, of building permanent structures around one crop, of raising children who never learned the older skills for reading a landscape full of alternatives, have quietly closed off every door except the one marked wheat. To understand how they got here, go back to the arithmetic of surplus. A steady supply of stored grain reliably feeds more surviving children than foraging ever could, because it removes two of the oldest limits on hunter-gatherer family size at once: a mother's ability to carry only one small child while walking, and a body under caloric stress that delays its own fertility. A forager mother, moving camp regularly and burning enormous energy to do it, tends to space her children roughly 4 years apart, her own body enforcing the interval whether she plans it or not. A farming mother, settled in one place with soft grain porridge available to wean an infant early, can have another child in 2 years, sometimes less. Do that across a whole village, across several generations, and population does not creep upward, it accelerates. More surviving children grow into more adults, working more fields, producing more surplus, feeding more children again. A feedback loop that looks, from a distance, like unambiguous success. Some regional population estimates for the early Neolithic Near East show growth rates several times higher than anything documented among historic hunter-gatherer populations, a curve that looks, on a graph, almost vertical compared to the near flat line that came before it for hundreds of thousands of years. A hunter-gatherer population growing at its natural, food-limited pace might double across many centuries. Early farming populations in the same regions could double in a handful of generations, sometimes less, once grain removed the old constraints on how many children a mother's body and her mobility could support at once. This is not a story of people making bad decisions. Nobody sat down, and chose to overpopulate a landscape. Each individual choice to have another child, to clear one more field, made perfect sense on its own terms. And it was only in aggregate, across a whole community, across a few generations, that the arithmetic turned against everyone at once. Except that surplus was never a reserve, it was a rate. The instant it appeared, the population expanded to consume it, which means the cushion that looked so reassuring in a good year was never actually banked anywhere. It was already spent in advance on children who now needed to eat every single season for the rest of their lives, good or bad. Bioarchaeologists can see this cycle directly in the ground. At Neolithic cemeteries, stress markers in bone and infant burials both cluster unevenly across time, not spread out smoothly, but bunched into sharp spikes that line up with years the harvest evidence suggests were poor. More food on average did not mean fewer bad years. It meant a population sized exactly to the edge of them. That is the part worth sitting with. Abundance in this system does not build towards safety. It builds toward a population living permanently at its own ceiling, so that any disruption at all, one flood, one blight, one cold spring arriving a month early, costs more than comfort. It removes the floor entirely. Look at the skeletal evidence for actual starvation events, not chronic malnutrition, but acute crisis, and researchers find something called Harris lines, dense bands visible in X-rays of long bones, laid down when growth resumes after a period of complete arrest. Multiple Harris lines in a single skeleton mean multiple sharp crises survived, one after another, inside a single short life. Monoculture makes the trap worse on its own. A forager drawing on dozens of separate food sources across a year has, built into that very diversity, a form of insurance no single crop failure can touch. A village that has narrowed its calories down to 1 or 2 grains has removed that insurance on purpose in exchange for higher average yield, without realizing what it gave up to get it. Look again at the granary, the pit or the mud brick storeroom holding this year's harvest. It represents months of labor and real security on paper, but it was never sized for a surplus. It was sized for exactly the population that grew up expecting it, no more, and when the harvest behind it comes up short, there is no larger number anywhere else to draw from. This is the boom and bust pattern archaeologists keep finding, not steady growth interrupted occasionally by bad luck, but population and food oscillating around the same knife edge decade after decade, rising when the rains cooperate, collapsing back when they do not, never accumulating the kind of buffer that would let the community absorb a bad year without losing people to it. Back in the failing field, the consequence is not abstract. Children born the year before are the first to show it, their teeth laying down the same enamel hypoplasia lines already found in cemetery after cemetery, a permanent record of exactly which years the harvest failed, written into the mouths of the children who lived through them, and more often than anyone would like, into the graves of the ones who did not. Compare one more time what each way of living lets a person do when the food runs out. A hunter-gatherer facing scarcity disperses, draws on marriage ties and trading partners scattered across a wide territory, waits it out somewhere else while the land recovers. Dispersal was never a failure. It was the plan. A farming village facing the exact same scarcity has fields it spent years clearing, irrigation channels it spent years digging, houses it spent years building, and now ancestors buried directly beneath the floor of those houses. Every single one of those investments is a reason to stay exactly where the food just ran out. There's nowhere obvious left to walk to, either. The neighboring valley is farming the same crop under the same sky, and if the rain failed here, there's a good chance it failed there too. Scarcity that used to be local and escapable has become regional and shared, which means everyone's insurance policy just expired at the same time. Then there is the cruelest arithmetic of all, seed grain. Eat this year's harvest down to the very last measure, and there is nothing left to plant come spring, guaranteeing a second famine on top of the first. Save the seed grain instead, and the family goes hungry now, betting on a future that a run of bad seasons has already made look uncertain. Either choice costs someone's life. There is no third option on the table. Trade offers only a partial answer, an early one. Networks for moving surplus grain between communities exist by this point, but they are thin, slow, and entirely dependent on a neighboring harvest actually having something to spare, which, in a regional drought or a regional blight, is exactly the assumption most likely to fail at the worst possible moment. Picture a mother inside one of these households, dividing what is left in the storage pit among children who are all, by definition, hungry at the same time. There is no forest edge to walk toward with a different kind of food waiting in it. There is only the math of what remains, stretched as far as it will go, and a season that has not finished punishing them yet. This is the shape of the trap, described plainly. Surplus did not buy security. It bought population growth, and population growth quietly repossessed the surplus that produced it, leaving behind a community perpetually one bad season away from exactly this kitchen table, exactly this pit scraped down to the dust at the bottom. Even a successful harvest carried its own quiet warning. A bumper year did not get banked forward as insurance against the next bad one. It got absorbed within a generation or two by a population that had already expanded to meet it, which is exactly why the good years in the record look, in hindsight, less like relief and more like a countdown resetting itself. Consider the emotional whiplash this created, something no hunter-gatherer calendar had ever produced in quite the same way. Seasons of real abundance, feasting, surplus grain piled past the rim of the storage pit, followed without warning by seasons where that same pit runs dry and children born in a plenty are the first to feel its absence. Some archaeologists studying this cycle describe early farming communities as living inside a Malthusian trap, named centuries later for the economist Thomas Malthus, who argued that population will always expand to the limit of the food supply and then be checked, brutally, by famine, disease, or worse, once it does. The Neolithic record is one of the clearest illustrations of that mechanism in the entire human timeline. The tragedy is not that farming failed. By the measure of raw calories and total population, it succeeded spectacularly. More people fed more reliably, more often than foraging had ever managed. The tragedy is what that success cost every single time the reliable thing failed to arrive on schedule. By the time this pattern has repeated itself for a few centuries, the population sitting on top of any given valley is no longer the number that landscape can comfortably feed in a good year. It is the number that landscape can barely feed in an average one, with nothing at all held in reserve for anything worse. Abundance, looked at from inside the archaeological record instead of from a comfortable distance, was never a cushion at all. It was a countdown, resetting itself every time the harvest came in good and running out every time it did not, on a clock that never once stopped ticking for the 10,000 years this way of living has left to run. To visit a neighbor in one of the world's first towns, you do not walk down a street. There is not one. You climb a ladder onto your own roof, cross the packed mud roofs of 40 other homes, single file, past smoke holes and drying racks, and drop down through a hole in someone else's ceiling to say hello. This is Talheim, on the Konya Plain in what is now central Turkey, occupied from roughly 7,100 BCE onward. At its height, it held several thousand people in a single continuous mass of mud brick construction, one of the largest concentrations of human beings that had ever existed on Earth up to that point. Population estimates for the settlement's peak range from roughly 3,000 up toward 8,000 people, depending on which excavated area is used to extrapolate the whole mound. Whatever the precise number, it made Talheim one of the densest human communities anywhere on the planet at that moment in history. The houses press directly against each other. They share walls. There is no gap between one structure and the next, which means there is no ground level space anywhere for a street, an alley, or even a footpath. The roof plane is the only open surface the town actually has. Estimates for the site's full extent, put the mound at roughly 13 hectares, and everything described in this chapter, the density, the burials, the smoke-filled rooms, is drawn from a settlement archaeologists have only begun to fully expose after decades of careful digging. In the evening, the rooftops become the real public square, children running across packed mud surfaces between one household smoke hole and the next, cooking fires glowing up through a dozen roof openings scattered across the settlement like a second, smaller town stacked in open air above the first. Every entrance sits up top, a hole cut into the roof with a wooden ladder leaning down into the main room below, usually landing near the hearth and the oven. Nobody knocks on a door here, because there are no doors here, not at ground level, not anywhere a stranger walking through the settlement would ever see. Inside, a single household room does almost everything at once. Sleeping platforms built into the walls, storage bins for grain, a hearth for cooking, and painted plaster walls decorated with geometric patterns, hunting scenes, and the mounted horns of cattle set directly into the wall, like a shrine built into the architecture itself. Among the objects recovered from these rooms is a small clay figure known as the seated woman of Talheim, a heavy-set seated figure flanked by what appear to be leopards or large cats, now held in a museum in Ankara. Whatever it meant to the people who made it, it is one of the clearest signs that this crowded, roofless town still had a rich, deliberate inner life. Beneath the sleeping platforms, literally under the floor the family walks and eats and sleeps on every single day, are the dead. Bodies were buried directly beneath the house they had lived in, and the household kept living on top of them, season after season, generation after generation, without ever moving the ancestors somewhere separate. Sometimes a skull was retrieved later, cleaned, plastered over to recreate a face, painted, and kept above ground for a while before eventually being reburied. The dead at Talheim were not sent away to a cemetery on the edge of town. They stayed inside the family. They stayed underfoot. Some houses at Talheim are distinguished by unusually elaborate wall art and a higher concentration of burials beneath the floor. Structures archaeologists have nicknamed history houses, buildings that seem to have held a kind of accumulated memory for the community, even without any formal hierarchy marking them as special from the outside. Domesticated animals were kept nearby too, sheep and goats penned close to the settlement, their dung mixed into the same middens already crowding the spaces between houses, adding one more layer of density, and one more source of the disease burden traced across the two chapters just before this one, to an already suffocating built environment. Isotope analysis of teeth and bone recovered from Talheim graves shows a diet built overwhelmingly around cereal, with wild plants and hunted meat playing a steadily shrinking role the longer the settlement stayed occupied, a slow narrowing that lines up exactly with the disease and malnutrition patterns already traced across the skeletons of this entire era. Everything this film has traced up to now arrives here at once and becomes physical. The surplus that let people stop moving. The population growth that surplus produced and then consumed. The animals sharing the walls. The disease load building in enclosed, smoke-filled rooms. Talheim is the same trend lines finally converging in a brick and plaster you can walk through. The density itself has to be felt underfoot to really land. Houses were used for a matter of decades, then deliberately filled in with rubble and built over, a new floor laid directly on top of the old one, so that some parts of the mound rise in stacked layers many meters deep, each layer a full neighborhood that lived and eventually was buried beneath the next. Walk the excavated section today, and the honeycomb structure is impossible to miss from above, room after identical room, wall touching wall, with almost no negative space left anywhere in the plan. It reads less like a town with buildings in it, and more like a single enormous building that happens to hold an entire town. Excavation began here in 1958, led by the British archaeologist James Mellard, whose team uncovered wall paintings and plaster reliefs so well preserved they startled the entire field of Near Eastern archaeology. Work resumed in 1993 under Ian Hodder, whose decades-long project has kept refining what this settlement can tell us about how crowded that living really was. Ian Hodder's excavation team has spent decades documenting how often these houses were replastered, some walls recoat with fresh white plaster dozens of times across a single building's use, a continuous, almost obsessive act of renewal performed inside rooms that were, by any modern standard, desperately short on space, light, and air. There is no chimney anywhere in these houses. The same roof opening used to enter and exit also serves as the only vent for smoke from the hearth and the oven, which means every interior room spends a portion of each day thick with it. Lung tissue findings from skeletons here are consistent with chronic smoke exposure. Another line on the same ledger of bodily cost this film keeps returning to. Waste management has the same improvised, crowded quality. Ash, rubbish, and animal bone accumulate in middens tucked between and around structures, and obsidian tool debris, imported from volcanic sources as far as Cappadocia, turns up mixed into the same refuse, proof that even a town this dense was tied in a trade network stretching far past its own walls. Think about what privacy even means in a place like this. A single multi-purpose room, shared with family, sometimes with animals kept nearby, and always with the dead resting directly beneath the floor. There is no other room to retreat to. There is no wing of the house that belongs only to you, because the house barely has more than one room to begin with. And there is no forest edge to walk out to either, no tree line where a person could put some distance between themselves and everyone else for an afternoon. Every square meter for a considerable distance in every direction belongs to a wall, a roof, a midden, or a field already claimed by somebody's grain. Access to any one household in a settlement built this way runs entirely through the goodwill or the indifference of whoever controls the roof above it. There is no lock on a ground floor door because there is no ground floor door, which means privacy here was never architectural. It was social, entirely dependent on your neighbors simply choosing to leave your roof alone. Compare the sheer number of people living inside arm's reach of each other here to the 25 or so members of a typical hunter-gatherer band from earlier chapters of this film. Catalhoyuk did more than grow larger. It changed what a human settlement even was by a factor of 100 or more inside less than 2,000 years. This is the part earlier chapters undersold without meaning to. Settling down sounds from a comfortable modern distance, like warmth and stability, walls and a roof, and people who know your name. From inside Catalhoyuk, it reads differently. Bodies pressed shoulder to shoulder against other bodies, floor to floor against the bodies of the dead, for years without ever really being alone. Skeletal remains recovered from beneath these floors carry the same signatures already found across the wider record: enamel hypoplasia, joint wear, anemia lesions, evidence of repeated childhood illness. Catalhoyuk is not exempt from the pattern traced through every earlier chapter. If anything, this density appears to have made it worse, not better. Consider what is conspicuously absent from this settlement, given everything the film is about to turn toward. No palace, no separate elite quarters set apart from the rest by size or decoration. No throne room, no obvious residence built larger or richer than its neighbors. By the measure of the architecture alone, this crowd, suffocating as it is, still looks roughly equal. That, more than the roofs or the burials, is what makes Catalhoyuk the hinge point of everything covered so far. It is the physical, walkable proof of permanent settlement, of surplus-driven population density, of disease pressing in from every side, all fully realized in mud brick, and still, for now, without anyone yet standing visibly above anyone else. None of it happened by anyone's grand design. Nobody drew a plan for a roofless town and then built it. It accumulated house pressed against house, generation stacked on generation, each family solving its own immediate problem of shelter and safety until the accumulated solution became, almost by accident, one of the most cramped built environments early farming ever produced. Somewhere else, in fields not yet shown, that absence is about to end. Because a town like this does not stay flat forever. Once you can measure a harvest, store it, and pull a ladder up over it, somebody eventually works out how to decide who that ladder actually belongs to. A hunter-gatherer's kill cannot be hoarded, cannot be hidden, and cannot be taxed. Within days it rots, whether anyone claims it or not, which means the only sensible thing to do with a fresh kill is share it before it goes to waste. A farmer's grain does something a kill never could. It sits in a sealed pit for a year, in plain sight, waiting patiently for somebody, anybody, to decide it belongs to them. That single difference, once you actually sit with it, turns out to be one of the most consequential facts in the whole story of how humans ended up organized the way we are. A Yale political scientist and anthropologist named James Scott built an entire, deliberately provocative argument around it. Cereal grains fed the rise of hierarchy and made it mechanically possible in a way almost nothing else eaten by early humans ever could. It is worth noting how much this argument revises an older, more comfortable story, the one where farming simply led to civilization in a straight, admirable line, more food, more people, more progress, in that order, no complications. The grain-specific version is less flattering and considerably better supported by what actually shows up in the ground. Start with what grain actually is as a physical object. It grows above ground, visibly, in a field anyone can walk past and assess with their own eyes. It ripens on a fixed, predictable calendar, the same few weeks every year, which means an outside observer does not even need to wait for harvest to estimate roughly how much a given field is about to produce. Now it's storage. Dried grain, kept properly, lasts for months, sometimes years, sealed in a pit or a jar or a mud brick granary. That single property, the ability to sit still without spoiling, is what allows food to exist somewhere fixed and countable, long after the harvest itself is finished and the people who grew it have gone back to other work. Fixed and countable turns out to be the whole trick. Once a food source sits in one place in a container, someone other than the farmer can walk up, look inside, and measure exactly how much is there, in a bushel, a jar, a specific number that means the same thing to a stranger as it does to the person who grew the crop. And once it can be measured by a stranger, it can be recorded. And once it can be recorded, it can be claimed, rationed, taxed, or confiscated by somebody who never touched a plow, never planted a seed, and never once broke a sweat pulling weeds out of that specific field. For the first time in the history of this species, one person could know exactly how much food another person had. Compare that point for point to a hunt. A killed animal cannot sit in a pit for a season waiting to be assessed. It has to be eaten, shared, or preserved through effort and skill almost immediately. And even preserved meat is nowhere near as durable, as concentrated, or as easy to inventory as a granary full of dried grain. Scarcity of storage was, without anyone designing it that way, a built-in leveling mechanism. A kill that cannot be hoarded cannot become the foundation of anybody's permanent advantage over anybody else. Share it or lose it to spoilage. Those were effectively the only two choices available. And that constraint, more than any moral instinct, is a large part of why so many hunter-gatherer societies stayed remarkably flat in status for so much of human history. Grain removed that constraint entirely, and not everywhere the same food happened to be a grain either. Root crops tell a strikingly different story. And elsewhere in the world where early farming societies grew yams, cassava, or other tubers instead of cereal, something noticeably different happened to how power distributed itself across the community. A yam does not ripen visibly above ground on a fixed date the way wheat does. It sits buried in the soil, invisible until somebody actually digs it up, and a farmer can leave it there, growing for months past when it's technically ready, using the earth itself as a kind of storage no outsider can inspect, count, or seize without doing the digging themselves. That single difference changes what an ambitious neighbor or an ambitious chief can actually do. There is no field to walk past and appraise at a glance. There is no granary standing in the open to guard, tax, or raid. Wealth, in a tuber-based economy, stays diffuse, scattered underground, plot by plot, refusing to collect itself into the one visible pile that hierarchy has always needed to get started. Anthropologists studying tuber-growing horticultural societies, from parts of Highland New Guinea to sections of the Amazon and West Africa, have repeatedly found comparatively flat social structures persisting for far longer than in their grain-growing counterparts elsewhere, with far less of a storage-based elite architecture, granaries, palaces, guarded stockpiles, that shows up so early and so consistently everywhere cereal took hold instead. None of this is really about wheat against yams as competing plants, as if one crop were simply nobler than the other. It is about which crop is legible, readable at a glance by somebody standing outside the household that grew it, and which crop simply refuses to be read, counted, or seized by anyone but the person willing to put a spade in the ground themselves. It helps to be precise about what legibility actually requires. A crop needs to grow somewhere a third party can see it, ripen on a schedule that party can predict, and end up stored somewhere that party can physically reach. Grain checks every one of those boxes. A yam checks none of them. And that gap alone explains more about the shape of early inequality than almost any other single fact in the archaeological record. Legibility is the word worth holding on to here because it explains a mechanism, not a metaphor. A ruler, or someone about to become one, cannot tax what they cannot see, cannot measure, and cannot locate. Grain solved all three problems for them simultaneously, standing in the open, ripening on schedule, and settling into one fixed, countable location the moment the harvest came in. Go back to the granary itself, one more time, and look at it differently than earlier chapters did. It was never only a hedge against a bad season. It was also, from the very first pit dug into the ground, a target, a fixed asset sitting in a known location, just waiting for somebody with enough leverage, enough followers, or enough nerve to decide the grain inside was not entirely the farmer's to keep. The researcher who first decoded an early accounting system built around exactly this problem was Denise Schmeh-Besseret, who noticed that small clay shapes, cones, spheres, discs recovered from sites across the Near East and dating back as far as 8000 BCE corresponded suspiciously well to specific quantities of grain and livestock. She had found, sitting quietly in museum drawers for decades, an accounting system that predates writing itself by thousands of years. The earliest known administrative tools, clay tokens pressed into shapes standing for specific quantities of grain and livestock, sometimes sealed inside clay envelopes marked with their own contents on the outside, do not appear alongside hunting and gathering. They appear alongside granaries, in exactly the societies that had something fixed, storable, and countable worth keeping a record of in the first place. Counting, in other words, was invented to solve a problem hunter-gatherers never had. Nobody needed a tally system for a carcass eaten within 2 days by the whole band. Somebody very much needed one for a grain store meant to last a family or a village or eventually a temple through an entire year. And whoever held that tally, whoever controlled the door or the seal, or simply the physical access to where the grain was kept, now held something no forger ever could, the ability to decide on any given day exactly who ate and who did not. That is not commerce. That is the raw, unglamorous root of political power, discovered by accident inside a storage pit. The equal-looking rooftops back at Catalhoyuk were never going to stay that way for long once a mechanism like this existed somewhere in the world. Grain proved it could be measured. It was only a matter of time before somebody worked out that measuring it and guarding it were two entirely different jobs, and that the second job came with the kind of power the first one never had. Even within grain-growing regions, the earliest inequality shows up first and most sharply around control of storage, not control of land itself. Owning a field mattered less in the earliest going than controlling the door to where that field's harvest ended up sitting for the next 12 months. It is a strange thing to realize that the deepest root of hierarchy was never cruelty or ambition or even greed exactly. It was a property of a plant, the simple physical fact that one kind of food could be seen, dated, and held in place, while almost every other kind of food available to early humans could not. That property did not require a villain to exploit it. It only required patience, and someone willing to notice that a pile of grain sitting still for a year was doing something no deer carcass, no basket of greens, and no fish ever could, waiting to be claimed by whoever got there with enough authority to make the claim stick. Picture a farmer standing over their own harvest, freshly threshed and piled inside the family storage room, doing the arithmetic of the year ahead, seed for spring, food through winter, a small margin if the weather cooperates. And picture, for maybe the first time in the history of that household, the uncomfortable, entirely new realization that somebody else now has an opinion about what belongs inside that pit. A kill rots. Grain waits. Say it plainly, because the whole architecture of inequality that follows this film for the rest of its runtime traces back to exactly that difference, and to nothing more mysterious than a handful of dried seeds sitting patiently in the dark, agreeable to being counted by whoever gets there first. This is the turning point the entire first half of the film has been building toward without naming it outright. Worn spines, narrowing diets, animals sharing the family wall, harvests that fail without warning, a town so dense it forgot how to build a street. All of it converges here, at the mouth of a storage pit. In the exact moment, counting became a form of control instead of just a way of keeping track. For the first time in the history of this species, one person could know, with real precision, exactly how much food another person had stored away. And knowing that number, it turns out, was never going to be enough on its own. Someone was always going to want to protect what they had counted from anyone who might come looking to take it instead. Around 8000 BCE, near a freshwater spring by the Dead Sea, a few hundred people do something no group of humans had ever bothered to do before. They quarry stone by hand. They haul it block by block on their own backs. They stack it into a wall around their entire settlement, and they keep stacking until the wall closes the circle completely. Call it Jericho, though that name comes from later tongues, later people, later empires who never knew the ones who built this. What matters is what's underneath the modern name. The oldest fortified town anyone has ever found on Earth, older than the pyramids by roughly 5,000 years, older than any writing system by nearly 4,000. A wall like that isn't cheap, and it certainly isn't quick. Someone had to decide it was worth months, maybe years of exhausting, blistering labor from people who could otherwise have spent that time hunting, weeding, resting, simply living. Something had already made the risk of not building it feel worse than all of that lost time combined. That something was sitting inside the wall, in clay-lined pits and mud brick bins, in the form of surplus grain, the same wealth we watched get invented in the last chapter. Grain that could be counted, rationed, hoarded. Grain that, for the first time in the history of the species, could also be stolen by someone with nothing to lose and a reason to try. No hunter-gatherer camp had ever needed a wall like this one. You cannot loot a family that simply packs up at dawn and follows the herds over the next ridge. You cannot raid a granary that doesn't exist yet. Fortification is a technology that only starts to make sense once something fixed in place is suddenly worth taking from someone else. At the heart of Jericho's defenses stands a tower unlike anything built anywhere before it by anyone. Solid stone, over 8 meters tall, with a narrow internal staircase of 22 steps, each one worn smooth by feet that climbed it 11,000 years ago, in the dark, probably carrying something. Archaeologists have argued for decades over what that tower was actually built to do. A watch post, scanning the plain for approaching strangers. A shrine, marking the settlement as sacred ground. A flood barrier, holding back seasonal runoff pouring down from the surrounding hills. It was very possibly several of these things at once, layered into a single, enormous structure. But its position, wedged directly against the town's defensive ditch, tells its own quiet story regardless. Around the whole settlement ran a ditch cut straight into bedrock, roughly 3 meters deep and just as wide, backed by a stone wall that in places still stands over 3.5 meters high today, after 11,000 years of wind, rain, and neglect. Dig a ditch like that with nothing but antler picks and handheld stone tools, and you understand exactly how badly someone wanted to keep something out. Picture the labor bill for a moment. Estimates for the wall, the ditch, and the tower run to well over 10,000 person days of work, and that figure doesn't even count the houses, the fields, or the daily grind of simply staying alive while all of it got built. That is not one family's weekend project. That is not even one generation's casual decision. For work on that scale to happen at all, somebody has to organize it, has to keep it organized for years without the whole effort collapsing into chaos or resentment. Somebody assigns who quarries, who hauls, who stacks, who feeds the workers while they do it, and who checks that the stacking is actually holding. The wall required, before it required a single stone, a working chain of command. And once you have people willing or simply obligated to take orders about where a wall goes and how high it rises, you have built something else right alongside it, something with no physical shape at all. A precedent, a habit of authority that had no equivalent when everyone in the group was equally mobile, equally poor, and equally free to walk away from a bad decision. Jericho at its height held somewhere between 2,000 and 3,000 people, a population density that had simply never existed anywhere before agriculture made it possible. That many people crowded that close together, sharing water, sharing storage, sharing labor, do not go on organizing themselves by loose, informal consensus forever. Somewhere in that crowd, someone starts making the calls, and the rest start listening. We don't know his name, if it was even a single him, if it was even one identifiable person at all. The record from 800 BCE simply doesn't do names, doesn't do faces, doesn't do biography. But the wall itself is the signature that survives regardless, proof that decisions got made and then genuinely enforced across an entire community for what may be the very first time in human history. Think carefully about what the wall actually protected, because it did not protect everyone inside it equally. The people closest to the granary, the people with some say, and who ate first when a harvest ran thin and who went hungry instead, had far more riding on that wall's survival than the family scraping by near the settlement's unglamorous edge. So the wall protects the grain, yes, but whoever actually controls access to that grain, and whoever gets to call the whole town out each spring to repair the wall after winter erosion has chewed through it, starts controlling something far larger and far harder to measure. The labor, the loyalty, and ultimately the survival of everyone who depends on eating regularly. That is the quiet trick buried inside this entire chapter, easy to miss if you only look at the stone. A wall built to keep enemies out of a town ends up, almost as a side effect nobody planned for, sorting the people already living inside it into those who command the defense and those who simply show up and man it. The stone doesn't record who gave which order. It just records that the wall got built and stayed built for centuries. Later Near Eastern cities would formalize this idea completely. Temple granaries staffed with priests acting as accountants, palace storehouses ringed by armed guards answering to a king. Jericho's wall is the crude, early draft of that entire system, built with nothing but stone tools by people who had no word yet for property, but who understood the underlying concept perfectly well. Skeletal remains recovered from the settlement show something worth pausing on. Signs of repetitive strain injuries in the shoulders and lower backs of adults, patterns consistent with sustained, heavy, awkward labor, quarrying and hauling stone on top of the farming, grinding, and building already wearing their bodies down year after year without much relief. So the wall cost more than time, more than quarried stone. It cost bodies directly, measurably. Every single meter of that fortification was paid for in cartilage worn thin, in vertebrae slowly compressed, in years quietly shaved off lives that were already shorter and harder than their hunter-gatherer grandparents had ever been. And here's the part that should genuinely unsettle you. The wall worked. No convincing evidence of a successful raid on Jericho survives from this entire period. The defense held year after year, generation after generation, which means the system it created alongside itself, the hierarchy, the labor obligation, the tight granary control, that worked too, and once it worked, it simply stayed. Once a community has proof that hoarding grain and organizing armed defense of it actually produces survival, there is no plausible way back to the looser, flatter arrangements of the old forger camps. The wall is more than stone stacked on stone. It is a decision made once under pressure, then made permanent by every generation that inherited it afterward. Other settlements across the region eventually take note, whether through trade, rumor, or their own independent trial and error. Within a few thousand years, fortification, granary control, and emerging leadership structures start showing up across the Levant and well beyond it. Not because every community copied Jericho stone for stone, but because everyone facing this same new problem, food that can now be owned and now be lost, kept arriving on their own at the same grim solution. It's worth sitting with exactly what got lost here, quietly, without ceremony. For roughly 250,000 years of human existence before this point, nobody needed a wall against their own species on anything like this scale. Conflict existed, certainly it always had, but organized, sustained, architecturally permanent defense against other human beings, that is genuinely new. That is Jericho's real invention. More than the tower, more than the ditch. Walk the base of that wall today, what little survives of it, and it's almost disappointing to look at. A modest ring of undressed stone, waist-high in most places, half swallowed by millennia of blown dust and tourist gravel. It doesn't look like the birth of anything at all. Frankly, it looks like rubble somebody forgot to clear away. But rubble lies in this case. This is where human beings first organized violence and organized labor around a single, load-bearing idea, that some things belong to some people, and that belonging is worth killing for, or dying for if it comes to that. Every castle, every fortified border, every locked vault since descends in a straight, unbroken line from this ring of stone. It's a strange kind of ancestor to look back on, but there it is, waist-high in the dust, patiently waiting. The people living inside the wall slept a little easier at night, presumably. Strangers couldn't simply walk in off the plain and take the harvest they'd all worked for. But the wall never once asked who exactly inside that circle got to decide how the harvest was shared out. That question didn't go away just because the town felt safer. It just moved indoors, out of the weather and out of sight. And indoors is precisely where the next part of this story goes now. Into the houses, onto the grinding stones, into the actual living bodies of the people whose daily, unglamorous labor kept the whole economy behind that wall running at all. In 2017, a bioarchaeologist named Alison McIntosh runs a set of bone scans she almost doesn't believe on the first pass. She's comparing the upper arm bones of Neolithic farming women dead for 7,000 years against the arms of living, actively competing collegiate rowers. The ancient women's bones come back denser, and it isn't close. The farming women's humeri show loading patterns that outstrip the rowers by a wide, statistically real margin and beat competitive runners entirely on every measure the scan can capture. These are women whose daily, unremarked labor, sustained without a season off for years on end, physically exceeded what it currently takes to make an Olympic training squad in the modern world. So what exactly were they doing with their arms every single day that a modern professional conditioning program still can't fully replicate? The answer turns out to be far duller than any sport, and somehow more brutal for it. They were grinding grain, kneeling for hours over a saddle quern, day after day, for decades without a genuine break. A saddle quern is a simple thing to describe. A flat stone base, worn into a shallow curve, and a smaller handheld stone rubbed back and forth across it. Simple to look at, merciless to actually use. Turning raw wheat or barley into usable flour by hand takes hours of repetitive, grinding, back and forth motion every day without exception, without excuse. Researchers estimate a single family's daily flour needs could take up to 5 hours of continuous grinding to produce from raw grain. 5 hours. Not once, as some special occasion. Every day, rain or shine, sick or well. Skip it, and nobody eats bread, nobody eats porridge. The household's entire caloric foundation quietly collapses by evening. And the skeletal evidence says this labor started genuinely young. Bone remodels itself in direct response to repeated mechanical stress, especially during adolescence when the skeleton is still actively growing, and the density patterns in these women's arms show loading that clearly began before full adulthood and then continued, essentially unbroken, for the rest of their working lives. Compare that directly to the skeletons of hunter-gatherer women recovered from earlier archaeological layers. Their bones show real strength too, plenty of it, but distributed far more evenly, built up from varied, changing movement, walking long distances, digging for roots, carrying loads, climbing for foraging. Nothing resembling the narrow, punishing, endlessly repetitive grind found in these later farming women's arms. That's the detail that should genuinely stop you in your tracks. Farming is supposed to be the story of humanity's life getting easier, more secure, more advanced with every passing century. And here is direct, physical, undeniable proof that for the women doing this one specific job, daily existence got harder, more repetitive, and more punishing on the body than it had ever been before for anyone, anywhere. Now, widen the frame out a little further. Grinding grain was never an isolated task performed for its own sake. It was tied tightly to a household, a hearth, a fixed plot of land that, as we already saw 2 chapters back, someone now genuinely owned, and someone would eventually inherit from them when they died. Fixed land changes everything about how a family plans for its own future, in ways that are easy to overlook now. A hunter-gatherer band never needed to know precisely whose child belonged to whom in order to keep functioning smoothly as a group. But land that gets willed forward to name descendants needs a clear, defensible answer to one specific question. Whose descendants exactly, and how can anyone be sure? That single question, quietly and without any one dramatic decree from anyone, starts reorganizing daily life from the ground up. Controlling precisely who a woman's children could be fathered by becomes, for the first time in the whole span of human history, an economic concern for the household, not merely a private, personal one between 2 people. And control over reproduction tends to travel closely alongside control over movement, association, and daily labor. The household becomes the specific unit where that broader control gets exercised day in and day out, and the grinding stone becomes, almost literally, its physical anchor point, the place a woman's day begins and ends. It's worth being blunt about what this looks like in practice, stripped of any gentler framing. A woman tied to the hearth for hours of grinding daily is a woman who isn't out negotiating trade routes, isn't hunting, isn't traveling to build alliances beyond the household's own walls. Her labor keeps the family fed, without question. It also, conveniently for the arrangement she never chose, keeps her physically close to home. Meanwhile, the archaeological record from these same sites shows male skeletons carrying a different loading signature entirely, one more associated with plowing, herding livestock over open ground, and longer-range travel, activities that kept men considerably more mobile and considerably more visible in trade, defense, and negotiation with outsiders. None of this was ever written down as an explicit rule. Nobody sat down and drafted a formal law in 1600 BCE assigning grinding to women and herding to men by decree. It emerged instead, farm by farm, generation by generation, as a practical, almost invisible answer to a genuinely new problem. How do you keep a household's inherited property and its labor, and its precise bloodline, all under one single roof at once. But practical answers that quietly repeat for hundreds of generations in a row stop behaving like practical answers. They calcify. They become custom, then habit, then something closer to instinct. Eventually people start calling it natural, the way things have simply always been, when the plain truth is that it has an origin, a specific cause, a date range you can roughly pin on an actual map if you look closely enough. This is the genuinely uncomfortable center of the whole chapter, so let's not soften it here. The bioarchaeological root of patriarchal property structures isn't first visible in any code of law, any religious text, any myth about gods carefully dividing up the world between men and women. It's visible first, and most starkly, in bone density, in compressed vertebrae, in wrists shaped by sheer repetition before puberty had even finished doing its own work. Inequality, in other words, didn't start life as an idea that got imposed onto bodies from somewhere above. It started as a plain labor arrangement that physically reshaped those bodies over decades, and only much later hardened into the ideas, the customs, the formal inheritance laws that later civilizations would go on to treat as timeless, obvious, beyond question. There's a particular kind of grief buried in that fact, not the sharp grief of a single violent event, nothing you could point to cleanly and say right there, that's the exact moment it happened. Just a slow, cumulative erosion instead, measured out in centimeters of bone growth, in decades of repeated motion, in a division of labor that nobody present ever actually voted on and nobody afterward could clearly recall choosing. And the women themselves. What do we actually know about them as individuals beyond a story locked in their arm bones? Fragments, mostly. A grave here, worn molars from a lifetime of coarse, grit-filled flour there. Evidence of joint degeneration in the knees from years spent kneeling motionless at the quern for hours at a stretch. Their teeth alone tell a startling story on their own. Stone grit from the quern worked its way into every single batch of flour they ground by hand. And that grit wore their molars down decades faster than it ever should have. Sometimes right down to the exposed root, sometimes with abscesses that would have caused real, constant, unrelenting pain for years. So picture it fully, all at once. A woman in her early 30s, joints aching from a lifetime of kneeling, teeth worn thin and quietly infected from the very food she spent 5 hours a day producing for everyone else, arms denser and more overworked than a modern Olympic rowing team's, and none of it recorded anywhere at all except in her own skeleton, waiting 7,000 years to be read. That is what the surplus from Chapter 10 and the wall from Chapter 11 actually cost, at the individual, physical, deeply personal level. Not an abstraction on a chart. A specific spine, curved and compressed. A specific set of molars, worn to the root. A specific pair of forearms that could quite literally have outlifted a national rowing team without training a single day for it. There's no monument to any of that. Just the density of the bone itself, still measurable, still legible 7,000 years on. McIntosh's study didn't set out, originally, to make any kind of political argument at all. It set out to answer a much narrower question about physical activity levels in prehistory, pure bioarchaeology, nothing more. But bones simply don't stay narrow in what they tell you once you actually sit down and look closely. They tell you who worked, how hard for how long, and, just as clearly, who didn't have to. This pattern, once firmly established, doesn't fade out gently over the following millennia. It compounds instead. Property gets passed down the male line more and more explicitly with each passing century. Women's labor gets bound ever more tightly to the household. And by the time actual written law finally shows up, thousands of years later, it isn't inventing this arrangement from scratch at all. It's simply quietly writing down what had already existed in bone for a very long time. It's tempting to look at all of this and feel like it's safely ancient history, sealed off behind 7,000 years of dust. But the underlying shape of it, land tied to lineage, lineage tied to controlling women's labor and reproduction, is a shape that goes on echoing through inheritance law on nearly every continent for most of recorded history that follows it. So hold that one image steady in your mind: a grinding stone, a kneeling woman, a bone growing quietly denser under an unbroken decade of repetition nobody ever wrote down. That's the quiet half of this story, the half that took generations to become visible at all. The loud half, the half with actual blood in it, is what happens next when two farming communities both come to believe the exact same stretch of land in front of them belongs to them, and them alone. In 1983, construction workers digging a routine trench in the German town of Talheim hit bone that clearly was an animal. Not one skeleton, 34 of them, tangled together in a pit barely a meter and a half deep, men, women, and children, all dead within the same few hours, roughly 7,000 years ago, give or take a generation either way. The bodies weren't buried with any ceremony at all, and that absence is its own kind of evidence. No grave goods, no careful positioning of the limbs, no shroud, no marker. They were dumped in, some face down, some twisted at angles that suggest they were simply shoved into the hole and covered over as quickly as possible by whoever was responsible for the killing. Forensic analysis of the skulls tells you exactly how they died and how efficiently. Blunt force trauma, concentrated and precise, delivered with a stone adze, a tool ordinarily reserved for shaping wood, repurposed here with a brutal, practiced efficiency that leaves little room for doubt about intent. That detail matters more than it might sound like it should. A concentration of wounds on the left side of a victim's skull is the classic signature of a right-handed attacker striking someone facing them directly, again and again, methodically, without panic. This wasn't chaos. This was people who already knew exactly how to kill efficiently and simply did it over and over 34 times in a row. This community belonged to the linear pottery culture, farmers who take their name from the elegant, incised lines decorating their pottery, one of the very first true farming cultures to spread across Central Europe, arriving with wheat, barley, cattle, and the whole settled package this film has been tracing carefully since Chapter 10. The consensus reading among archaeologists is grim in its plain simplicity. This wasn't a battle in any conventional sense. There's no sign of an armed clash between two roughly matched groups of fighters. This looks instead like an entire farming settlement, an entire extended family and its close neighbors, rounded up methodically and killed, then discarded together in one pit and left to be forgotten. And Talheim isn't an isolated horror sitting alone in the record. At Schletten, Austria, archaeologists found the remains of at least 67 individuals in a defensive ditch surrounding a settlement, bodies showing the exact same pattern of lethal head trauma, again with children and elderly people included among the dead, again with no clear sign the victims fought back in any organized way at all. At Herxheim, further west, the picture somehow gets even darker still. Researchers there have found human bone fragments bearing cut marks and breakage patterns consistent with deliberate butchery, the kind normally seen only on animal remains, prepared in ways that mirror how meat gets prepared for consumption. Some researchers interpret this as evidence of ritualized cannibalism tied to warfare or its grim aftermath. Not everyone in the field agrees with that last, more extreme interpretation, and it's worth saying so plainly rather than overstating the case. But the broader pattern across these Central European linear pottery sites, Talheim, Schletz, Herxheim, isn't seriously in dispute among researchers. Something was killing entire farming communities completely and methodically, and it was clearly happening more than once in more than one place. Now compare all of this to the deeper archaeological past. Violence existed among hunter-gatherers too. Nobody credible claims otherwise, and it's important not to romanticize what came before. Skulls with old, healed fracture wounds, isolated killings, occasional skirmishes over territory or mates, all of it documented clearly in earlier layers of the record going back tens of thousands of years before farming ever began. But that older violence rarely, if ever, escalates all the way into the total elimination of an entire settled group, down to its infants and its elderly. Mobile bands could scatter, flee, disperse quickly into the surrounding landscape, long before conflict spiraled into full annihilation. There usually wasn't a fixed population tied to a fixed place that was worth the trouble of wiping out completely. Farming changed that grim calculation permanently, in a way that's easy to underestimate. A farming village cannot simply scatter overnight when trouble arrives. Its wealth is fixed in the ground itself, in cleared fields, in granaries, in livestock pens that took years of accumulated labor to build up. Fleeing meant abandoning literally everything that kept a family alive. So increasingly, people stayed and died defending it, or died trying to take it from someone else. This is the direct, ugly continuation of chapters 10 and 11, playing out to its logical end. Land you can own is land you can lose to someone stronger or more desperate. Grain you can store is grain someone else can want badly enough to kill an entire village over. Talheim is what that cold arithmetic looks like once it has finally been worked all the way through. Look again carefully at who's actually in that pit. Not soldiers, not a warband caught out in some ambush far from home. Infants, young children, women, elderly adults, ordinary villagers doing ordinary things on what had started out as an entirely ordinary day. 9 of the 34 dead were under the age of 14 when they died. There is no reading of that single fact that isn't horrifying, no matter how you approach it. Whoever carried out this killing wasn't trying to simply defeat a rival group's warriors and claim a straightforward victory over them. They were trying to erase a rival group's entire future, its next generation, its ability to ever come back later and reclaim what had been taken. There's one more detail from the demographic breakdown at Talheim that researchers keep coming back to uneasily. Young women of prime childbearing age are noticeably underrepresented among the dead in that pit, compared to what a whole community's population should look like. Some archaeologists read that gap as evidence they weren't killed at all, but taken. Not mercy, a different kind of theft entirely, one aimed at a rival group's next generation before it was even born. The archaeologist Lawrence Keeley spent years compiling evidence like this from sites across the world for his influential study of prehistoric warfare, and his broader conclusion lines up uncomfortably well with what Talheim shows in miniature. Early farming societies, not late ones, not industrial ones, show some of the highest rates of violent death found anywhere in the archaeological record, once you actually count the bodies instead of assuming the past was gentler. Some of the skulls recovered at Talheim show older, healed injuries from earlier episodes of violence, wounds that had knitted back together long before the final, fatal blow arrived, which tells you this particular community had already survived conflict before this happened. This wasn't the first time violence had reached them. It was simply the time nobody in that pit survived to tell about it afterward. It also raises an uncomfortable possibility that historians keep circling back to uneasily without a clean answer. If this kind of massacre happened more than once across the same broad region, was farming itself producing a slow, grinding cycle of retaliation, land seized, then re-seized, then avenged in turn, one generation folding relentlessly into the next, each round somehow more practiced and more lethal than the one before it. Stand at the actual site today, and there's almost nothing left to see with the naked eye. A quiet field just outside a small German town, ordinary houses nearby, cars passing along a road that has absolutely no idea what still lies underneath it. The sheer banality of the place somehow makes the contents of that pit feel worse, not better. 7,000 years is a strange unit of time to hold steady in your head. It's long enough that the killers and the killed share no living descendants left who'd even recognize either name today. But it is nowhere near long enough to make the wounds on those skulls feel like anything other than exactly what they plainly are: somebody's rage fully and completely carried out on somebody else's family. It's worth naming plainly what this chapter actually marks in the larger arc of this film. Until now, the story has largely been one of slow decline. Worse diets, harder labor, deformed bones, growing hierarchy, all grim, but gradual, spread across generations. Talheim is where the dread stops being gradual and patient. It's where the story suddenly acquires a body count, delivered all at once, in a single afternoon. And once a method like this one proves that it actually works, once one group learns that killing every last member of a rival farming community secures the fields, the herds, and the stored grain without leaving any surviving claimant behind to contest it, that method does not stay rare for long. It becomes a tool other ambitious, desperate, or simply opportunistic groups reach for again, elsewhere, later. It's tempting to want a clean moral here, a clear villain, a satisfying reason behind it all. The evidence stubbornly refuses to offer one. No inscriptions, no oral histories survive from these linear pottery farmers to explain why this specific village, on this specific day, got chosen for total erasure. Just the pit and the ad's marks, and 34 people who never got any chance to explain what had actually happened to them. What we do have, instead of a neat explanation, is the pattern repeating steadily across the map of Neolithic Europe. Farming communities rising, competing, and in a growing number of documented cases being annihilated outright over resources that a hunter-gatherer band, only 10,000 years earlier, would never have had any real reason to die defending in the first place. But somewhere else, not far away and not much later, other villages were still surviving in this new world of stakes and violence, and doing something almost stranger with the wealth and fear that came bundled together with it. They were starting to decide, formally, permanently, and out loud, that some of their own dead deserved more than everyone else, even in death. For generations, the cemetery looks essentially the same, grave after grave after grave, roughly equal to one another, a few tools here, a bead or two there, nothing dramatic enough to make any single burial stand out from its neighbors. Then, in a single archaeological layer, everything changes at once. One grave is suddenly different from every single one that came before it. This body is positioned apart from all the others, given its own dedicated space rather than the tight, ordinary rows everyone else received without exception. Around it, rare polished stone tools, ornaments made from shell and worked copper carried from hundreds of kilometers away, the kind of exotic material an ordinary farmer would likely never touch once in an entire lifetime of work. Archaeologists have a specific term for what this represents: the emergence of the big man, or, in its more developed form further down the line, the early chiefdom. Not a king, not yet, nothing quite that formal or that permanent, but someone, for the first time in that particular community's living memory, whose importance clearly did not end the moment their hearts stopped beating. This exact pattern shows up across late Neolithic Europe and the wider Near East in strikingly consistent ways, again and again, at site after site. At Varna, on the Black Sea coast of what is now Bulgaria, one single grave alone, Grave 43, contained more worked gold than the rest of that cemetery's several hundred other burials combined, all put together. Nearly 1,500 individual gold objects, a gold-sheathed ceremonial scepter, gold-covered ornaments once stitched directly into clothing that has long since rotted completely away. Whoever this man was, an analysis of his remains suggests he likely held real physical authority in life too. While beyond mere symbolic status, his community decided his death deserved a fortune no one else buried there ever did. That's staggering enough on its own, taken by itself. But the deeper question this film has to ask is simply, why now? Why? After hundreds of generations of relatively similar, humble burials stretching back through the record, does status suddenly start getting cast permanently in gold and stone for one single person, while everyone else keeps getting buried more or less the same as their ancestors always had been? The answer connects directly back to the land itself, the same land this whole film keeps returning to. Once fields are inherited rather than simply occupied by whoever happens to be working them that particular season, a new question becomes genuinely urgent for every single family living nearby. Whose claim to this specific plot is the strongest, the oldest, the most legitimate in the eyes of everyone else? And there's an obvious answer sitting right there, available to anyone clever or ambitious enough to reach for it. Claim direct descent from whoever settled the land first, or whoever successfully defended it in living memory, or whoever was simply remembered as powerful by the community. Suddenly, ancestry becomes more than a spiritual matter tied to private belief. It becomes a legal argument, made in bone and shared memory instead of parchment and ink. This is exactly where ancestor veneration stops being purely about grief or private belief and starts doing real, visible political work in the community. Tend your grandfather's grave carefully. Tell his story at exactly the right moments, in front of the right people. Remind your neighbors, gently but firmly, whose bloodline cleared this particular field first. And you've built yourself an inheritance claim that's genuinely very hard for anyone to argue with. It also explains something else that shows up again and again at these sites, almost like a signature. Elaborate feasting evidence clustered tightly around burials and monuments, huge quantities of animal bone, broken pottery left behind from communal meals, all concentrated heavily at graves and ritual sites rather than scattered evenly across ordinary household middens. A feast looks generous on the surface. It looks like abundance freely and openly shared with the whole community. But watch closely over time, and a feast is also a quiet transaction happening underneath the surface. Whoever hosts, it converts stored grain and slaughtered livestock, real accumulated wealth, into something that can't be weighed on any scale at all. Obligation, loyalty, the social debt everyone at that table now quietly owes their generous host. Host enough feasts, and host them successfully enough over the years, and you don't just gain personal prestige from it. You gain a genuine following, people who remember your generosity vividly, who feel bound in turn to return the favor when you need labor for a harvest, for a wall, and eventually for something on a much larger scale entirely. This, slowly, is how a big man becomes something much closer to a true chief. None of this required a single dramatic seizure of power anywhere along the way. That's precisely what makes it so effective and so hard to point at afterward as one specific moment of wrongdoing. Every individual feast, every individual grave gift looks generous in isolation, looks like tradition, looks like simple respect for the dead. Only the full pattern, viewed across many generations at once, reveals what it was actually building the whole time. Compare Grave 43 at Varna to its neighbors once more, side by side. The other burials in that same cemetery still show relatively modest goods, a few tools, a handful of shell beads, nothing remotely close to 1,500 individual gold objects. The gap between this one man and everyone else in his community isn't gradual or incremental at all. It's a genuine chasm, and it opens almost overnight in archaeological terms. Gold and grave placement are not the only proof of this either. In 2023, geneticists analyzing ancient DNA from a 5,000-year-old megalithic tomb in France found something that reads almost like a confirmation of everything this chapter has been arguing. 5 consecutive generations of men buried there descended from a single founding male, all connected through an unbroken patrilineal line, while women in the same tomb showed far more genetic diversity, marrying in from outside. In other words, this wasn't a myth the community told itself about ancestry. It was a literal biological dynasty, maintained deliberately across roughly 2 centuries, with sons inheriting a place in the tomb, and by clear extension a claim to the land around it, purely by virtue of descent from one specific man. Genetics, unlike gold, doesn't lie about who actually fathered whom. And once a chasm like that opens up in a cemetery, it tends not to close again afterward. The next generation inherits the land, the herds, and something considerably harder to weigh on any scale: A story, a family already firmly established as the one with the golden grave, the one descended from whoever mattered most in the community's shared memory. Status stops being something you have to earn across the full span of a single lifetime. It becomes something you're simply born already holding or already lacking, well before you've done a single thing yourself to deserve either outcome. This is a genuinely new kind of unfairness in the human story, distinct from everything the film has carefully traced so far. Chapter 10's ledger was about food. Chapter 11's wall was about defense. Chapter 12's bone density was about grinding labor. This is about something more abstract and in some ways far more permanent. Who gets to matter, encoded before a single birth even happens. Anthropologists studying living chiefdom societies in the modern era, across Melanesia, in parts of Africa and the Americas before colonial disruption reshaped them, have documented this exact mechanism playing out in real time among living people. Big men rising through sustained generosity and feasting, then working quite deliberately and consciously to convert their own personal prestige into something their children can simply inherit without earning it fresh. It doesn't always succeed, even now. Plenty of big men in the ethnographic record die with their prestige fully intact, but stubbornly untransferable, and the next generation is forced to start again from scratch. But when it does succeed, when a whole community accepts that a family simply is the leading family now, permanently, without further debate, you've got the seed of every hereditary aristocracy that follows it down through history. Look again at that isolated grave, set apart from the rest of the cemetery by deliberate choice. That physical separation in death mirrors something that was clearly already true in life. This person did not eat, sleep, or work quite like everyone else around them, and the community, whether out of genuine respect, quiet fear, or sincere belief in his importance, agreed collectively to make that separation permanent, even in the ground. Consider what this arrangement does, slowly, to everyone else still living in the settlement. The majority who are out working the same fields their families always worked, still grinding grain at the corn for hours, still repairing the wall each spring, while watching one particular lineage steadily accumulate gold, followers, and unquestioned authority across generation after generation. Some of them, presumably, resented it, quietly or otherwise. There's simply no way to recover their private thoughts from 7,000 years of accumulated silence. But the archaeological record does clearly show that as this kind of inequality becomes entrenched, so does the sheer scale of monument building, feasting, and labor mobilization that follows right behind it. Projects far beyond anything a single ordinary village would ever organize entirely on its own. That's the direction this whole story is now heading, unmistakably. What had been merely implicit in a granary's locked door and a wall's guarded gate is now explicit, ritually justified, and passed down like a formal title. The next chiefs, or their descendants after them, won't just defend stored grain from raiders. They'll be able to command labor on a scale nobody back in Jericho could ever have imagined possible. And a few thousand years later, on a windswept plain in southern Britain, that same command over labor would reach a scale that still today makes people stop dead in their tracks and stare in genuine wonder, without ever once asking who actually did the lifting. Somewhere between 300 and 2500 BCE, on the open chalk downs of Wiltshire, a group of people accomplishes something that still draws millions of visitors a year to stand there and stare at it in near total silence. They move stones weighing up to 20 tons, some of them, across dozens of kilometers, without wheels, without metal tools of any kind, without a single draft animal bred for the job. Getting just one sarsen stone from its quarry near West Woods, about 25 kilometers north of the site, all the way to the construction ground at Stonehenge, is estimated to have required hundreds of people hauling in exact, tightly coordinated unison for weeks at a stretch without stopping. And they did this, from what the evidence suggests, dozens of separate times. The smaller bluestones tell an even stranger story than the sarsens do. Geological analysis has traced their exact origin to the Preseli Hills in Wales, roughly 240 kilometers away in a straight line, meaning some of these stones traveled a distance that would take a modern car nearly 3 hours to cover on paved roads, moved instead entirely by human muscle and, quite possibly, small boats along rivers and coastline. Try to hold the actual physical reality of that in your head for a moment, rather than letting it pass as a number. Ropes cutting deep into raw palms. Wooden sledges or rollers groaning audibly under stone that could crush a grown person instantly if the coordination failed for even a single second. Mud, driving rain, sheer exhaustion, and someone somewhere in that crowd keeping the whole operation moving forward day after day for years on end. None of this happens without an enormous logistical apparatus feeding it from behind the scenes, constantly. And that's exactly what archaeologists found roughly 2 miles northeast of Stonehenge, at a site called Dington Walls. What appears to be a massive, seasonally occupied settlement built specifically to house and feed the entire construction workforce while the project was underway. The scale of feasting evidence uncovered at Dington Walls is genuinely staggering, even to the archaeologists who found it. Enormous quantities of pig bone, cattle bone, and broken pottery concentrated tightly in pits and middens, all dating to the exact same period as the major construction phases happening at Stonehenge just down the road from it. Isotopic analysis of those recovered pig bones, run by researchers including the Oxford-based team working under archaeologist Mike Parker Pearson, reveals something remarkable about where this food actually came from. The chemical signatures locked inside the animal's teeth and bones show they weren't raised locally at all. Many were brought in from as far away as Scotland and northeast England, hundreds of kilometers, entirely on foot. Think carefully about the coordination that single fact implies. Communities scattered across a huge stretch of ancient Britain, separated by distances that would take weeks of walking to cover, raised livestock specifically to be marched to this one site, at this one particular time, to feed workers building a monument that produced no food of its own, sheltered no families permanently, and served no obvious practical purpose whatsoever. That's genuinely worth sitting with for a moment. Every structure this film has examined up to now, granaries, walls, even elaborate graves, had some direct, traceable link to survival or defense or grief. Stonehenge doesn't feed anyone at all. It doesn't defend anyone either. It exists purely as a demonstration, proof of exactly who could command whom, on a scale visible from the horizon in every direction. This is the direct descendant of everything the last 4 chapters have carefully built up piece by piece. The wall at Jericho showed that people could be organized to labor collectively for a shared goal. The grave at Varna showed that status could be inherited outright, not earned fresh each generation. Put those two things together across enough generations, and you get a workforce willing, or simply obligated, to haul 20-ton stones for a leader they will never once meet in person. So who actually ordered it? That's the question every single visitor standing inside the stone circle eventually asks themselves, sooner or later, and it happens to be the one question the archaeological record simply cannot answer for us. No name survives anywhere. No inscription, no grave marked, unmistakably, as belonging to the specific person who commanded this entire project into being. Compare that total silence to Varna's Grave 43, where at least the archaeology preserved a body, a face of sorts, a set of golden possessions we can confidently attribute to one specific human being who once lived. Stonehenge doesn't even give us that much. Whatever authority organized this project made itself so total, so completely unquestioned, that it apparently didn't need to leave its own name behind anywhere. Everyone already knew whose word mattered. And what about the actual workers themselves, the hands doing the hauling? Skeletal remains recovered from the surrounding region and dated to this exact period show exactly what you'd expect from people engaged in years of sustained, extreme physical labor. Arthritis settling into the joints early, stress fractures, spinal compression, The same kind of physical toll we already saw in Chapter 12's Grinding Women, just distributed now across an entire construction workforce instead of one household. These weren't professional builders in anything like a modern sense of the word. They were farmers, most likely pulled seasonally away from their own fields and herded across Britain. Their labor either freely given as a form of tribute, owed outright as an obligation, or simply extracted through social pressure that 7,000 years of silence has now completely erased from any surviving record. We don't get to know, at this distance, if they volunteered willingly. We don't get to know if refusing was even a real, practical option in a society where status, land, and basic survival were already this tightly bound together with hierarchy. What we do get, instead, is their bones worn down in exactly the same punishing way, whether the labor was freely chosen or not chosen at all. Stand inside the stone circle today, and the raw engineering alone earns real awe, whatever else you think about how it got built. The sarcens are shaped with mortise and tenon joints, the very same woodworking technique used in timber construction elsewhere, but cut here into solid stone using nothing but harder stone hammers, swung by hand, thousands upon thousands of times. It is by any honest and fair measure a genuine feat of ancient engineering, careful planning, and precise astronomical alignment, oriented with real, demonstrable accuracy toward the solstice sunrise and sunset each year. None of that achievement should be minimized or waved away. People solved extraordinarily difficult physical problems here using nothing but stone tools and coordinated human effort alone. But awe and grief aren't actually opposites, whatever we've been taught to assume. They can occupy the exact same stretch of grass at the exact same moment, without contradiction. The genius here belongs, rightly, to whoever conceived the overall design. The actual monument itself, every single ton of it, was built by hands that history simply declined to remember, then or since. That's the pattern that should trouble you most by this particular point in the story. Credit, when it survives at all across the centuries, attaches itself firmly to power. Labor, no matter how extreme, no matter how thoroughly it reshapes the very skeletons of the people performing it, tends to disappear into total anonymity unless someone holding real authority actively chooses to preserve it for later generations. Dington Walls itself, the workers' own settlement, tells a quieter version of this exact same story. Excavated houses, they are small, tightly packed together, clearly temporary in construction, built for people passing through on a specific seasonal task rather than settling down there permanently for good. Function came first always. Comfort was at best a distant second consideration, if it factored in at all. Meanwhile, the sheer volume of feasting waste found at that same site, the enormous quantity of pig bone discarded after single, apparently massive communal meals, suggests these gatherings weren't quiet or restrained affairs at all. They were loud, plentiful, deliberately generous events. The exact same feasting mechanism from Chapter 14, just scaled up now to a level that could motivate and reward labor mobilized across an entire island at once. So maybe the workers weren't purely coerced after all, in every case. Maybe some of them genuinely came for the feast, for the spectacle, for the simple pride of being part of something visibly enormous rising up out of the chalk downs where nothing like it had ever stood before. Human motivation rarely reduces cleanly to one single explanation, then or now, and it would be dishonest to pretend otherwise here. But willing or not, proud or not, none of them got remembered as individuals afterward. Not one single name. Compare that total erasure to the golden grave back in Chapter 14. One man remembered in exquisite, deliberate detail for millennia, while the hundreds who dragged his descendants stones a generation or two later vanished completely in a shared, nameless labor with no trace at all. That asymmetry is the entire arc of this act of the film, distilled down into one single monument standing on a plain. 10 chapters ago, a family planted a seed and gained a surplus nobody could simply take back from them. Now an entire population can be mobilized, fed, and worked to the point of exhaustion for a project that exists purely to prove exactly that this can be done, that some people give the orders and everyone else hauls the stone. Stand at Stonehenge at dusk, once the crowds have thinned out and the stones go dark and heavy against the evening sky, and it's easy enough to feel the awe the sight was designed, from the very beginning, to produce in anyone who saw it. It's harder, and it matters more, to remember the people who never once got to stand back and admire it themselves, because they were already walking home, joints aching, to fields that weren't entirely theirs either. By now, the overall shape of this whole era should be undeniable, laid out plainly across 5 chapters. A surplus became a ledger became a wall became a hierarchy became inherited status. An inherited status became the raw authority to move mountains of stone using bodies that would never once be named for the effort they gave. What this era still lacked, remarkably, was any system to make all of it permanent on something more durable than memory and stacked stone, some way to write down exactly who owed what to whom, so that debts and obligations could outlast the very people who first created them. That system was already quietly taking shape, far to the east, in the river mud of a city called Uruk. Picture the very first complete sentence a human being ever made permanent, the oldest full thought we can still read today. It is not a prayer. It is not a love poem, not a myth, not a boast carved by a king. It is a number, a name, and a commodity. Someone owes someone else a specific amount of barley, and now there is proof of it that can outlast both their memories. That is where writing begins, in a city in southern Mesopotamia called Uruk, sometime after 3400 BCE. By 3100 BCE, Uruk may have held over 40,000 people inside its walls, larger than any human settlement that had ever existed on Earth to that point. Mud brick rooftops packed together for kilometers along the Euphrates floodplain, a ziggurat rising over the skyline, dedicated to the goddess Inanna, visible for miles across flat farmland. This is what the grain surplus, described chapters ago, finally becomes when it stops feeding a village and starts feeding a metropolis of strangers. Somebody, somewhere, had to keep track of all of it, every jar, every field, every mouth. That somebody was the temple. Institutions built around gods like Inanna and Anu owned vast tracts of farmland worked by dependent laborers, and every harvest that came off that land flowed back into temple storerooms first, before anyone else touched it. The temple worshipped, yes, but that was hardly the whole job description. It administered fields, employed weavers and brewers and boatmen, and rationed out food to thousands of dependents every single month. An operation that size cannot run on memory alone, not for 40,000 people scattered across a walled city. The solution had actually been brewing for over 5,000 years before Uruk ever existed. Across the Near East, people used small clay shapes, cones for one measure of grain, spheres for a larger one, cylinders for a head of livestock, to stand in for real goods during a transaction. Simple counters, pressed into the palm, traded hand to hand, small enough to lose in a fold of cloth. Nobody called it writing. It wasn't yet, but it was already doing writing's job. To keep a record safe from tampering, administrators started sealing a handful of these tokens inside a hollow clay ball, called a bulla, stamped on the outside with a cylinder seal to show who had authorized the deal. It worked, mostly, and it satisfied a very old human need to prove a promise was kept. It also created an obvious headache. To check the count, you had to break the ball open, and then you no longer had a sealed record at all, only a pile of clay shards and loose tokens. So someone, whose name we will never know and never can, had an idea that quietly reshaped the next 5,000 years of human history. Before sealing the tokens inside, press them into the wet clay surface first, leaving a neat impression of each one. Now the outside of the ball tells you exactly what's inside without opening it at all. It is a small bureaucratic shortcut, the kind of thing an accountant dreams up out of pure irritation. It is also, without anyone intending it, the birth of a symbol standing in for a thing. The next step took almost no imagination at all, which is often how the biggest leaps happen, quietly by someone just trying to save themselves a step. If the impressions on the surface carry all the information anyone needs, the tokens sealed inside are redundant weight. Flatten the ball into a simple tablet. Press the symbols directly into the clean clay surface. Skip the tokens entirely. Skip the sealing. Skip the breaking open. Somewhere in Uruk, in the final centuries of the 4th millennium BCE, somebody did exactly that, and it stuck. This is proto-cuneiform, taking shape across the couple of centuries around 3300 BCE. Scribes cut a reed at an angle and pressed it into damp clay, leaving wedge-shaped marks. The technique that gives cuneiform its name centuries later from the Latin for wedge. It was slow at first, awkward, experimental, pictographs standing for whole words rather than sounds. It was also undeniably working fast enough that it kept spreading. Here is the detail that should stop you cold. Of the earliest tablets recovered from Uruk, something like 90% are not literature, not law, not history, not religion. They are receipts, grain in, grain out, labor performed, rations paid, animals counted, jars of oil measured. The most important invention in the history of communication spent its infancy doing paperwork nobody would call inspired. Among those early tablets sits one now known simply as the Kushim tablet, dated somewhere close to 3400 to 3000 BCE. It records a large quantity of barley, entered under a name, Kushim, most likely an administrator's title rather than a birth name, overseeing a transaction connected to beer production for the temple. It is unglamorous, dry, entirely bureaucratic. It is also the closest thing we have to a birth certificate for written history. Sit with that for a moment, because it deserves more than a passing nod. The first personal name that survives in the entire written record of our species belongs to an accountant tallying grain. Not a king, not a poet, not a god, not a hero, not a mother naming a child, a man, or a title functioning as one, whose entire claim to immortality is a barley receipt nobody was ever meant to read again. Around that accountant sat an entire granary system built to feed a city that could no longer feed itself field by field. Barley grown on temple land came in through fixed channels, was measured out with standardized vessels, stored in vast mud brick silos built specifically to keep damp and pests out, and redistributed on the temple's terms, as seed for next season, as offerings to the gods, and as wages for the people working the temple's fields and workshops. The people receiving those wages were often organized into ration labor gangs, crews of workers assigned to fields, canals, or construction sites, supervised by overseers who reported upward through the temple hierarchy in an unbroken chain. Each worker's output and each worker's ration were now things that could be written down, compared against a quota, and questioned by a stranger holding a tablet. It used to be remembered fondly or forgotten conveniently, whichever suited whoever held the power that day. Now it was simply recorded, indifferent to anyone's memory at all. The rations were not equal, and the tablets say so plainly, without apology or explanation. An overseer received more barley than an ordinary laborer doing the same physical work. A grown man received more than a woman doing comparable labor beside him. A child received the least of all, categories already fixed into the written record before anyone in that granary thought to question why it had to be that way. Beer, brewed from barley, made up a large share of those wages, thick, nutritious, and safer to drink than the untreated canal water most people relied on otherwise. Tablets pair a symbol for a beer jar with a numeral sign, then list the worker it belongs to, an entire payroll system pressed into wet clay one careful line at a time, day after day, month after month. Multiply that single worker's entry by thousands, because that is the actual scale involved here, not a village bookkeeper's ledger, but an entire economy on paper, or rather on clay. Uruk's temple economy employed enormous numbers of people on its land and in its workshops, and every one of them existed administratively as a line that could be checked against a total, audited, and corrected if it didn't add up. Notice what changed the moment a debt could be written down instead of merely spoken and hoped to be remembered. Before writing, an obligation lived in memory, in reputation, in the fragile agreement of two people recalling the same conversation the same way months later. After writing, a debt became an object, immune to a convenient lapse of memory. It could be produced. It could be checked against someone's protest that they didn't recall owing anything at all. The method spread fast across the region because it simply worked better than anything that came before it. Lagash, Nippur, and other city-states across southern Mesopotamia adopted their own versions of the same accounting script for the same essential purpose, administering grain, labor, and obligation at a scale no single human memory, however sharp, could ever hold on its own. It is worth pausing on how differently we tend to imagine this moment when we picture it from a modern armchair. Ask most people what humanity's first writing contained, and they will guess a prayer, a law, a story about a flood, or a god descending to earth. The archive says otherwise, insistently, tablet after tablet after tablet of barley totals, sheep counts, and beer disbursements. Genuine literature does not show up in cuneiform for roughly another 1,000 years after these first receipts were pressed into clay. The Epic of Gilgamesh, the poem most people actually associate with this world, takes its familiar shape well into the 2nd millennium BCE, long after cuneiform had already spent 1,000 years as a tool for tracking sheep, oil jars, and barley debts owed to a temple. There's something almost funny about that, in a bleak sort of way that grows on you the longer you sit with it. The script that would eventually carry humanity's oldest surviving epic, a story wrestling with mortality and meaning and grief, spent its first several centuries as a glorified spreadsheet. The poetry came later, much later. The debt came first, and it came first for a reason. This is the payoff of everything the film has traced up to now across 15 chapters. The surplus, the hierarchy, the ration grain, the counted labor, the granary that had to be defended. Once a society accumulates enough of a surplus, and enough people with a competing claim over it, memory simply stops being adequate for the job. You need an information system that doesn't forget or forgive. Writing was that system built to order for exactly this purpose. Consider, too, who was actually standing behind that reed stylus every day. Scribes were becoming a distinct, trained class of their own, apprenticed for years to memorize hundreds of signs and their variant meanings, employed specifically to watch, measure, and record what other people owed to institutions they didn't own and couldn't question. Literacy itself was born inside a relationship of surveillance, not curiosity, and it would carry that inheritance for a very long time. Even the numbers weren't neutral in this system. Proto-cuneiform used entirely different counting conventions depending on what was being counted. One system for grain, another for animals, another again for units of labor or stretches of time. Precision this granular, this unforgiving, had never before been demanded of ordinary human transactions. Uruk demanded it anyway and got it tablet by tablet. And once a scribe can write down exactly what a jar of oil is worth, or a sack of barley, in a fixed and comparable unit that everyone agrees to, a door opens that nobody in that granary seems to have paused at or even noticed swinging open. If a thing's value can be pinned down and recorded, so can a person's, using the exact same signs, the exact same columns. The next chapter walks straight through that door. So here's the reversal worth sitting with before we move any further. Writing gets remembered as civilization's gift to itself, the thing that let us keep stories, laws, ideas, love, across generations who would otherwise never hear them. That's true eventually, and it matters enormously. It just is not how the story actually starts, and pretending otherwise flatters the invention more than it deserves. It starts as a leash, plain and simple, whatever we prefer to call it now. Somewhere in a Uruk granary, a person learned to make a debt permanent years, maybe centuries, before anyone learned to make a story permanent using the same tool. We still teach writing's invention as a triumph of the human mind, and in the long run it was. It was also, first and foremost, the exact moment your obligations stopped being forgettable. Somewhere in a Mesopotamian archive sits a tablet that is not about grain at all, though it is written in the exact same hand and the exact same format as the barley receipts from the last chapter. It lists names, one after another, each assigned a category and a value in silver, no different in layout from shipment manifest. On the same shelf in the same archive, a scribe lists oxen the exact same way, same columns, same practiced hand. This is not an isolated document, a strange outlier some scribe dreamed up on a bad day. Cuneiform script had a specific, standing sign for an enslaved person, built by combining the sign for a person with the sign for a foreign mountain land to the east, the direction most war captives came from. The language itself remembered quietly and permanently exactly where these people had been taken from. There were two main roads into bondage in these early city-states, and both were well worn by the time cuneiform matured. One ran through warfare, the other ran through debt. Both led, in the end, to the same clay tablet, the same column, the same flat administrative word. City-states fought each other constantly over land, water rights, and boundary canals, skirmishes that could flare up between neighboring towns almost every generation, and the losing side's people did not simply walk home afterward. Captives were distributed as spoils among temple and palace households, then set to labor, often in textile production, brick-making, or field work, their old lives, families, and names largely erased on arrival. Some scholars estimate that in certain old Babylonian period archives, slaves and debt bondsmen accounted for a real, visible minority of the recorded population, not a rounding error tucked into a footnote, but a genuine slice of the workforce every time the surviving archive happens to be complete enough to actually count. The debt road was quieter, and in some ways darker for it, because it grew directly out of something this film has already shown you in painful detail. Recall the famine cycle from Chapter 8. A bad harvest, a family with nothing left in the storeroom, borrowing grain from the temple or a wealthier neighbor just to make it through the season without starving. That loan came with interest, carefully recorded on a tablet down to the fraction, and interest in early Mesopotamia could run brutally high, in some documented cases reaching rates that double the debt within a single year or two if it went unpaid past the harvest. A second bad harvest, or one more failed season on top of the first, could put the debt permanently beyond anything a household could ever hope to work off in grain alone. When the grain ran out entirely and the debt still stood, the only collateral left in the house was labor itself. A farmer could pledge his own service to the lender until the debt was cleared, months or years of it. If that wasn't enough to satisfy the sum, he could pledge his wife's service or his children's. The tablet recording the loan became, quietly and without any dramatic ceremony, a document with the power to reassign a human life. Legally, debt bondage and outright slavery were not identical categories, and later law codes would try hard to draw a firm line between them, capping bonded service at a fixed number of years before release. In daily practice, across generations of renewed loans and steadily compounding interest, that line blurred badly and repeatedly, and plenty of bonded households never lived to see the far side of it. Children appear in these records with an unsettling, almost casual frequency. Tablets list child laborers by name, assign them a fixed ration, and record which household now claims their labor. Small entries sitting beside adult ones on the same line of clay, no separate category of mercy ever carved out for their age. Women appear even more heavily in these archives, especially in one particular sector of the economy, textile production. Wool had to be sorted, cleaned, spun, and woven at an enormous scale to clothe growing cities and to trade abroad for metal and timber, and that grinding labor fell overwhelmingly on women and children working long hours inside temple and palace workshops. At Gersu, In the later UR3 period around 2100 to 2000 BCE, administrative archives record textile workshops employing thousands of women and children at once, each one tracked individually across the tablets, by name, by daily ration, by output quota, even by illness, and eventually by death, noted with the same flat efficiency as everything else. The tablets also give us prices, cold and specific. An adult male slave might be recorded as worth a set number of shekels of silver, a figure comparable to, and sometimes listed directly on the same tablet as the price of an ox or a flock of sheep. Same column, same unit of value, same scribe's steady hand moving down the page. This is the detail that should not slide past you unremarked. The temple did not invent a new system to record ownership of a human being, did not pause to design something more fitting for the gravity of it. It reached for the tool built one chapter ago to record barley, applied it without a single modification, and found that it fit the new purpose perfectly. The scribes did not linger over the moral weight of it either, if they felt any at all. Entries recording a person sold into bondage sit blandly among entries for jars of oil and measures of wool. The same terse administrative tone throughout. No special mark of horror worked into the script, because the script was never built to register horror in the first place. It was built to register quantity and only quantity. Some enslaved and bonded people did have paths forward, limited but genuinely real. Small personal income under certain arrangements, marriage, occasionally adoption into the owning household, occasionally freedom after a fixed term of service. These were real mercies, and it would be dishonest of this film to erase them from the record. They existed, every one of them, entirely inside a framework where someone else decided whether to grant them or not. Some Mesopotamian slaves were marked physically as well as administratively, a distinctive lock of hair left uncut, or a small mark shaved into the scalp, so an owner or a hired tracker could identify them on sight if they ran. Tablets record rewards paid out for the safe return of an escaped slave, priced, like everything else in this world, in silver. Estimates of scale vary considerably by period and city, and the surviving sources are incomplete by their very nature, gaps where the clay simply didn't survive. But the pattern across the archives that did survive is remarkably consistent. Enslaved and debt-bonded labor was not a marginal curiosity in these economies, a footnote at the edges. It was structural, woven into temple workshops, palace households, and private estates alike, load-bearing rather than decorative. Bring the famine cycle back into focus one more time, because the stakes attached to it just changed dramatically. A failed harvest used to mean hunger, hard, dangerous, sometimes fatal hunger, but hunger with an end date once the next crop finally came in. Now a failed harvest could mean the permanent loss of your own freedom, or your child's, with no future harvest ever able to buy it back again. Try to sit inside that decision for a moment instead of simply reading past it the way the tablets invite you to. A father with more debt than grain left in the house, weighing which child to pledge to the lender, or offering himself first in the desperate hope of sparing them the same fate. Cuneiform doesn't record what that conversation sounded like inside a mud brick house at night, the arguments, the tears, the silence after. It only records what happened the morning after. This connects directly back to the man from chapter 14 who owned the dead, the elite lineages that had already claimed land and status through inheritance alone, generation after generation, without ever having to justify the claim. Now that same class extended its reach over living people too, adding bonded and enslaved laborers as formal line items in a household's inventory, filed right alongside the ancestral tombs and the ancestral fields they had never worked themselves. Compare all of this to the foraging bands this film opened beside, back at the very first skeleton. Nobody owned anybody in that world. Not because people back then were somehow kinder or wiser, but because nobody had accumulated a surplus large enough or built a ledger permanent enough to enforce a claim like this one over another human being's whole future. It took writing, invented one chapter ago purely for barley, to make ownership of a person administratively real in a way it had never quite been before. It stopped being merely assumed socially. The loose way status might have been felt and enforced in a small village. It became written down, filed, backed by paperwork a temple official could produce on demand, indisputable, permanent official. Some tablets record the opposite transaction too. A person granted freedom after years of service, and it is handled with the exact same bureaucratic flatness as every sale that came before it. Freedom itself became a line item now, something an administrator could grant, withhold, or revoke on paper, filed the same way a routine grain disbursement was filed, no more ceremony attached to one than the other. The word itself outlived every empire that ever wrote it down. Later, Akkadian and Babylonian records keep using variations of the same ownership vocabulary for centuries afterward, passed down through scribal schools the way a trade secret gets handed from master to apprentice. Mountain sign and all, generation after generation of students copying it onto practice tablets. This logic would not stay informal for long, and it certainly would not stay confined to Uruk. Within a few centuries, city-states began writing formal law codes that fixed prices, penalties, and terms of service around exactly this kind of ownership, turning custom into statute. And a statute, once carved into stone or pressed permanently into clay, is far harder to argue with or walk back than a habit ever was. So hold the two tablets side by side in your mind for a moment before this chapter closes. One says a certain number of sacks of barley are owed to the temple. The other says a certain person is owed or simply owned in exactly the same administrative breath, filed by the same office, checked by the same auditor. No new moral category ever had to be invented to hold a human being on the books. The temple simply used the one it already had lying around. That is the chilling continuity this chapter leaves you with, the one worth carrying into the next. The accounting brain built to count sacks of grain never had to be redesigned at all to count people. Same signs for quantity, same signs for ownership, same reed, same clay, same administrator, doing the same job he did yesterday, just with a different, quieter kind of entry now sitting on the list. Imagine a person born in the city of Ur around 2100 BCE into an ordinary household with an ordinary plot of land already owing an ordinary debt. No one puts them in chains at birth. No one stands guard at the city gate to physically stop them leaving one day. And yet from the moment their birth is recorded, they exist inside a system of tax rolls, ration lists, and inherited obligation that they never once agreed to and will never meaningfully be able to exit. By this point in the story, every mechanism the film has traced across 17 chapters is fully operational at once, running quietly in the background of daily life. Land is claimed, grain is counted down to the measure, labor is rationed by category, debts are permanent, written proof rather than fading memory anyone could dispute. Some people are owned outright by others, filed and priced. None of that required a single new idea in this chapter. It only required all the old ideas to finally lock together into one working machine. Taxation formalized the temple's old informal claim on the harvest into something closer to hard law. Administrators calculated a fixed portion owed from every household's plot, based on its measured size and expected yield, and that portion left the farmer's hands whether the year had been kind to him or brutally short, drought or flood or neither. Alongside taxation sat conscripted labor, a household obligation to send someone, usually an able-bodied man, for a fixed number of days each year to dig canals, raise defensive walls, or haul stone for a monument he would likely never see completed and certainly never benefit from personally. Refusal was not really presented as an option. It was rarely even framed as a choice worth weighing. That canal labor mattered more than it might sound to modern ears used to taking water for granted. Southern Mesopotamia's fields depended entirely on irrigation channels that silted up constantly with the same fine soil that made the land fertile in the first place. and had to be dredged year after year by coordinated crews working in mud up to their knees. Without that maintenance, fields flooded or dried out or turned to salt within a generation or two. The state's coordination wasn't a convenience anymore. It was the single thing standing between everyone and famine. Around 2100 BCE, the Code of Uar-Nammu becomes one of the earliest known law codes in human history, fixing penalties, debt terms, and property rights in a permanent written form for the first time anywhere. What had once been custom, negotiable, arguable around a fire late at night, was now carved into something a citizen could be shown and simply told. This is how things are, and there is no more room to argue. The specifics tell you everything you need to know about who the law actually protected and how much. Fixed compensation existed for injuring someone else's ox, a set number of shekels, no argument needed. Fixed, noticeably smaller compensation existed for injuring someone else's slave, an entirely different tariff than injuring a free person doing the exact same work. Hierarchy was no longer just practiced quietly and unevenly. It was now spelled out in permanent writing as the correct and lawful order of things. By the UR3 period, the state's own bureaucracy needed thousands of trained scribes just to keep its records straight, an administrative class large enough that some cities may have employed something close to one scribe for every few dozen households, watching, tallying, filing quietly, permanently. Physically, the world these people lived inside had real walls now, not metaphorical ones. Later legend credits the king Gilgamesh himself with building Uruk's wall, a circuit running nearly 9.5 kilometers around the city, tall enough to be visible from a day's walk away across flat farmland. Walls like it marked, unmistakably and permanently, exactly where the fed and protected world ended and something far less certain began. Outside that wall lay less reliable land, occasional raiders, and no granary to fall back on in a bad month when the rains failed. So the freedom to simply leave, which technically still existed on paper, existed the way jumping off a boat into open water technically counts as freedom too. Nobody with anywhere better left to be actually chose it, not if they had any other option remaining to them. Later codes went further still, criminalizing the act of merely helping a runaway slave or bonded laborer escape, extending the wall's logic outward past the city gate itself, past the fields beyond it, into the conscience of every neighbor who might otherwise have quietly looked the other way. Who could actually leave, then, in any real sense? Mostly only the wealthy, who had resources enough to resettle somewhere else and rebuild. Mostly only people with mobile herds, already living semi-independently out on the margins of settled land. Everyone else, the farmer, the weaver, the debt-bonded laborer, the conscripted canal digger, stayed because staying, however grim it had become, was still the safer bet against the alternative waiting outside the gate. Now lay every earlier chapter's mechanism side by side, because this is precisely where they finally interlock into one continuous structure. The ledger from Chapter 10, the wall from Chapter 11, the gendered labor from Chapters 7 and 12, the massacre threat from Chapter 13, the inherited status from Chapter 14, the monument laborer from Chapter 15, the debt and the slave from the 2 chapters just before this one. None of those mechanisms needed active violence to keep functioning anymore, not on a daily basis, not from any specific person standing over anyone with a weapon. Compliance had quietly become the rational choice rather than the coerced one, because by now, refusing the system didn't risk a beating from a particular overseer you could name and resent. It risked hunger, structurally, impersonally, coming from no one in particular, and, in effect, everyone at once. The administrative reach of these early states was genuinely staggering in its thoroughness, once you look closely at what survives. Later UR3 archives, just a few centuries on from this point, track rations for workers explicitly recorded as blind or otherwise disabled, still assigned appropriate tasks, still counted every month, still fed according to a fixed formula written down in advance. Nobody fell outside the system's visibility. Nobody was too small or too marginal to be a line item somewhere. There's a kind of captivity built into that total accounting itself, separate entirely from hunger, separate from written law, to be seen by an institution in this much granular, permanent detail. Every single day, every ration, every task assigned and completed is its own form of enclosure, even before you consider what that institution ultimately does with everything it sees and records. Picture the sheer physical density of these cities too, because it matters for how escape actually felt in practice. Tens of thousands of people packed into UR, into Uruk, into Lagash, crowded into narrow mud brick lanes where everyone more or less knew everyone else's business, including almost certainly whose ration had just been cut, and why, and by whose order. Quietly slipping away unnoticed was simply not a realistic option in a world this small, this crowded, and this thoroughly watched. Compare that to the mobility this film opened with all the way back in its very first chapters. When conditions worsened for a foraging band, chapters 1 and 2 showed you plainly. The answer was simple. Walk somewhere better, taste the wind, follow the game. No ledger recorded the departure. No debt trailed behind them through the grass. The land itself did not belong to anyone in a way that could legally stop them from crossing it. That option is simply gone by the time this chapter's world takes its final shape. The land is claimed parcel by parcel. The water is administered canal by canal, season by season. The grain stores are guarded and counted down to the measure by a man with a tablet. And every person inside the system is, in the ledger's watchful eyes, already accounted for, already assigned a fixed place to stand. Children inherited their position in that ledger the same way they inherited a face or a name from a parent they resembled. A debtor's child was born owing before they could walk. A temple weaver's daughter was raised from early childhood to become a temple weaver herself in turn. The loop from chapter 14, inherited status locked and permanently at birth, had closed completely now, and it closed around labor and debt just as tightly as it had already closed around land. Here is the part that should genuinely unsettle you more than any single villain in this story ever could. Nobody alive at this point built this cage on purpose, sat down and designed it as such. It accumulated quietly, decision by small and defensible decision, across roughly 4,000 years since the first deliberately planted seed, all the way back in chapter 4. There was no coup here, no single dramatic turning point to point a camera at. No single conqueror rode in one day and declared that freedom, whatever loose and imperfect version of it had existed before, was now officially finished. There's no year you can circle on a timeline and say, here, precisely here, this is where it ended for everyone. It was 10,000 small, reasonable-seeming decisions instead, made by ordinary people trying to solve ordinary problems in front of them. Store the extra grain against a bad year. Mark the debt on the tablet so no one forgets it. Extend the wall another stretch for safety. Count the ration precisely so nothing gets wasted. Write the law down so nobody can argue about it later around a fire. Each decision made complete local sense at the exact moment someone made it. Nobody was ever voting for a cage. Sit with the vertigo of that for a second longer than feels comfortable, because it is far more disturbing than a single villain would ever be. A villain can eventually be defeated, or at the very least named and pointed at. A structure that assembles itself out of thousands of ordinary, sensible choices can rebuild itself again almost anywhere the same incentives reappear, with nobody left to blame and nobody positioned to stop it in time. There are no visible bars anywhere in this particular story, and that absence is precisely the point worth remembering. Chains take real effort to maintain, guards, locks, constant costly vigilance day and night. Hunger does the enforcing entirely on its own, quietly, permanently, efficiently, without anyone ever having to lift a hand or issue an order. Picture an ordinary morning inside it. because this is where the chapter has to leave you. Someone wakes already owing labor days to this season's canal project, already rationed by a scribe they have never met and never will. They walk out past a wall built by hands not their own, into a system that asks nothing further of anyone standing outside it, because it no longer needs to ask anything at all. It built its own gravity a long time ago, and everyone inside it quietly, patiently, is simply falling. So when did farming actually start paying people back for everything it took from them? Not right away, is the honest answer archaeology keeps handing us, again and again, whenever anyone bothers to check the actual bones instead of the tidy classroom myth. For most human beings alive in the thousands of years after grain took over daily life, the payoff never arrived within their own lifetime at all. Not even close, not by a wide margin. Remember the baseline established all the way back in Chapter 2. Hunter-gatherer skeletons, on average, show taller stature, fewer enamel defects left over from childhood nutritional stress, and less of the specific joint damage that comes from years upon years of repetitive grinding labor at a cornstone. That was the standard farming had to beat when it arrived. For a very long stretch of time afterward, it simply didn't. Studies of stature estimated from limb bone measurements suggest average height in parts of the Near East and Europe dropped several centimeters across the millennia following the shift to grain agriculture, a measurable physical shrinking of the human body that tracks tightly with the spread of farming itself, not some unrelated coincidence of timing or climate alone. Bronze Age populations, roughly 3,300 to 1,200 BCE across Europe and the Near East, keep showing suppressed average stature compared to the pre-agricultural populations that had lived on the exact same land before them. This is not one strange outlier cemetery skewing the data. It's a pattern repeated across regions and centuries in burial sites. Chronic nutritional stress written directly into people's bones, generation after generation. Farming did something else to the body too, beyond diet alone. Dense settlements living close to stored grain and close to newly domesticated animals created ideal conditions for disease to jump species and spread fast between crowded neighbors. Illnesses related to tuberculosis and measles among them, along with parasites thriving in refuse heaps that a mobile hunter-gatherer camp rarely stayed in one place long enough to accumulate. The Iron Age doesn't fix the problem either, not quickly and not evenly across the map. Some regions see slow, halting improvement over centuries. Others actually get worse for a time, depending heavily on local political stability, on the frequency of war, and on how unequally that hard-won grain surplus happened to be distributed in any given valley or floodplain. Push all the way forward to medieval Europe, and the picture still hasn't fully resolved itself, even after thousands more years have passed. Studies of rural English cemeteries show medieval peasant stature still sitting below Mesolithic hunter-gatherer averages measured from the same region, in some areas not fully catching back up until as late as the 19th or even 20th century. Do the math on that for a second, slowly, because it deserves to actually land. Roughly 10,000 years pass between the first deliberately planted seed back in Chapter 4 and the point where ordinary human height, in some of the very regions that pioneered farming in the first place, finally climbs back to where it had already been standing before anyone ever planted anything at all. The workload never eased across those centuries either, in case anyone assumes medieval peasant life was somehow gentler than the grinding routine introduced back in Chapter 5. Dawn to dusk agricultural labor, plus boon days owed outright to a lord, unpaid service on his land layered directly on top of the work needed to keep your own family fed. Different century, same underlying architecture of obligation stacked on top of exhaustion. Let's be fair to farming here, because the chapter's whole argument only lands honestly if we are. Larger populations, cities, eventually specialization, technology, and medicine are all real, undeniable outcomes that flowed from the agricultural surplus over the long run. Nobody sane is claiming otherwise. The honest question this chapter is actually asking is who received those benefits first. and how long everyone else had to wait for their own share. Compare skeletons pulled from the same cemetery, elite burials laid against commoner burials just a few meters away, and the gap jumps out almost immediately to anyone trained to read it. Elite remains run measurably taller, with noticeably fewer stress markers, better preserved teeth, richer grave goods laid carefully beside them. A visible split within farming societies present almost from the very beginning, not something that crept in gradually later on. Bioarchaeologists cross-reference exactly this pattern for a living. Grave location and grave goods checked against the physical stress signatures preserved in bone and teeth decades or millennia later. The correlation holds up again and again across sites and continents. Inequality was not some side effect that crept in eventually once things got complicated. It was baked into health outcomes almost from the moment farming produced its very first real surplus worth fighting over. None of this is unique to Mesopotamia or Europe either, which matters for how seriously we should take it. Comparable stature dips and skeletal stress signatures show up in the archaeological record from early farming populations in East Asia, Mesoamerica, and the Andes, a pattern that appears wherever intensive grain or maize-based agriculture took hold, suggesting something structural about the transition itself rather than one unlucky region's bad luck. Economists have a blunt name now for part of this pattern: the Malthusian trap. Any gain in food production tends to get absorbed almost entirely by population growth, rather than by any lasting improvement in how well each individual person actually eats. More grain did not reliably mean a fuller plate for the average family. It usually just meant one more mouth competing for the same thin portion at the same table. Population growth itself, the single statistic most often cited as proof that farming simply worked as promised, deserves a second, harder look before anyone accepts it. Farming societies could sustain noticeably higher birth rates, even while individual health was actively suffering across the board. That's not remotely the same thing as more people living well. It's often, more honestly, just more mouths fed poorly instead of fewer mouths fed well. Recall Chapter 6, What the Bones Remember, the slow, cumulative record built patiently from thousands of individual skeletons spread across thousands of years and dozens of sites. Read that record honestly, without the textbook gloss, and the recovery timeline is not measured in generations, a handful of decades passing before things even out. In many regions, it's measured in millennia. That is not a footnote to this film. That is close to the entire point of it. Some bioarchaeological syntheses place the actual return to Mesolithic level stature in parts of Europe within only roughly the last 100 to 150 years, tied directly to 19th and 20th century public health measures and modern nutrition science, not to anything at all that happened at the dawn of farming itself, 10,000 years earlier. Everything people casually associate with agricultural progress, reliable sanitation, effective medicine, genuine caloric surplus actually reaching an ordinary household's table without a lord or a temple skimming it first, arrived extraordinarily late in this story. 10,000 years late, in some places by any honest reckoning. That is a strange kind of revolution, one that takes almost its entire runtime to actually help the people it supposedly set out to liberate. The textbook version compresses all 10,000 of those years into a single triumphant paragraph, seeds to cities to civilization, one clean arrow pointing steadily upward toward us. The lived reality for the people actually standing inside those centuries, generation after generation, was closer to an extremely long, extremely slow toll booth, when almost nobody living through it ever got to see the far side of in their own lifetime. None of this erases what farming eventually built, and this film has never claimed it should. Cities, writing, art, philosophy, all of it downstream of that original surplus, all of it genuinely real and worth having. The honest question this film keeps circling back to, chapter after chapter, is simply who paid the admission price for those achievements, and exactly how long the bill ran before anyone truly ordinary saw a real return on their own investment of a lifetime. Think back to Chapter 2's title, The Life They Gave Up. This chapter's real sting is not that farming was some kind of avoidable mistake. Exactly. It's that it got sold then, and frankly, still now, in classrooms everywhere as an obvious upgrade for everyone involved, when the receipts, the actual bones pulled from the actual ground, say something far less obvious for most of the people who actually lived through it, generation after generation. There's a bias baked into how we look backward at all of this from where we're standing now. More people, more cities, more technology. We quietly assume that arrow automatically means better lives for the individual people living through each step of it as it happened. Bioarchaeology, quietly and repeatedly, without any interest in the argument, says otherwise for the person actually bent over the field on any given ordinary Tuesday. No dramatic reversal is coming either. No single chapter or century where everyone's skeleton suddenly snaps back to full health all at once. It is a gradual, creeping improvement stretched thin across millennia, arriving unevenly across the map. Richer regions first, poorer regions, and lower classes very last, sometimes centuries after their nearest, better-fed neighbors. This is not, to be absolutely clear, a pitch to romanticize hunter-gatherer life either, and this film has never once pretended otherwise across its previous chapters. Chapters 1 and 13 already showed you real hardship and real, sometimes brutal violence in that older world. This chapter is only correcting one specific, stubborn myth, that farming meant instant, obvious improvement for the ordinary people living inside it from the very start. Picture a specific medieval peasant's day for a moment, layering everything this film has already shown you onto one ordinary Tuesday centuries later. The same grinding labor described back in Chapter 5, still bent over grain. The same tax and tithe obligation traced through Chapter 18, still owing someone else a fixed cut of the harvest before his own family eats. Generation stacked on generation. The underlying arrangement barely changed in outline across thousands of years. Here is the asymmetry worth carrying out of this chapter and into the last one. The transition into farming took perhaps a few thousand years to spread unevenly across the world, region by region. The transition into a farming world that actually served the majority of the people living inside it took several times longer than that spread ever did. Nobody put that second, much larger number on the textbook page, not once. This was never a triumphant leap upward, whatever the diagrams and school textbooks like to suggest with their clean, rising arrows. It was a slope, shallow enough that almost no one standing on it at any given moment could actually feel the ground rising beneath their own 2 feet. Thousands of years passed before it began paying back even a small fraction of what it had already quietly taken from the people who built it with their own hands. Here is a number worth sitting with before anything else gets said in this final chapter. The average person in a modern industrialized economy works more hours across a year than a Neolithic farmer generally did, hunched over that grindstone described back in Chapter 5. And that Neolithic farmer, in turn, worked considerably more than the hunter-gatherers this whole film opened beside, all the way back at the very first skeleton laid out on a table. One frequently cited estimate puts average annual working hours in the United States somewhere above 1,800 and noticeably higher in several other industrialized economies, compared against anthropological estimates of something closer to 20 hours a week spent directly on subsistence tasks among some documented modern foraging groups. The gap is not small, and it is not in the direction most people assume. Read that pattern straight through, without flinching, and it says something genuinely uncomfortable about the whole shape of this story. The amount of time an ordinary human being spends producing value for someone else has broadly gone up, not down, since farming first began, in spite of every single technological leap that has happened in the 10,000 years since. That is simply not the direction progress was supposed to run, according to the version most of us were taught. Go back to that clay tablet from Chapter 16, the one recording barley ode to a Uruk temple by a name we can no longer read. That tablet invented something that had never quite existed in that exact form before. A permanent, external record of what you owe and what you've paid, kept and controlled by someone other than you, immune to your own memory of events. Trace that same idea forward into feudal Europe, centuries and centuries later. Serfs owed a fixed portion of their harvest and a fixed number of unpaid labor days to a lord who had never once touched the soil himself, never once swung a scythe. Every obligation recorded carefully in manorial rolls, kept in the lord's own hand, or his stewards, and consulted whenever a dispute arose. Trace it forward again into the early industrial era that followed. Factory time clocks, stamping cards at dawn and dusk. A foreman noting hours worked in a ledger with roughly the same posture and roughly the same underlying purpose as an UR3 scribe recording barley rations 4,000 years earlier in a different language on a different continent. New machinery everywhere you looked. The same old logic underneath it, unchanged. Trace it, finally, into right now, into this very room. Mortgage paperwork stretching decades into the future. A lease agreement renewed every year without much choice. A pay stub arriving by email. An app quietly logging your working hours down to the exact minute. The precise mechanism identified back in Chapter 10. Someone else knowing exactly how much of your labor's product actually belongs to you. Never actually left the picture. It just kept changing its material generation after generation. The newest version of that ledger barely needs a human administrator anymore, if it ever really did. Software quietly logs keystrokes, delivery routes, warehouse footsteps called durations, translating an entire working day into data points and algorithm reviews faster than any UR3 scribe ever could, and just as impersonally, without ever once looking up from the numbers. Chapter 10 called this the ledger nobody signed, and that title holds up perfectly right now, in this room tonight. You never agreed to the current version of this system in any meaningful, deliberate sense, any more than that UR farmer did, or that medieval serf did. You were simply born inside it, already midway through, the paperwork already running before you arrived. Only the material kept changing shape across all those centuries, endlessly restyled. Clay tablet, then parchment roll, then paper ledger bound in leather, then spreadsheet glowing on a screen, then a notification lighting up a phone in someone's pocket. The container evolved constantly, generation after generation, each one looking nothing like the last. The core relationship living inside it. Someone tracking precisely what you owe, someone tracking precisely what is owed to you, held remarkably, almost eerily still. Picture the specific modern image, because it sits closer to the ancient one than it probably feels most mornings. Someone wakes, and before their feet even properly hit the floor, they check a phone, already answering to a system that started running hours before they opened their eyes. A Neolithic farmer once woke and checked the granary before the sun was even fully up over the horizon. Different device entirely. Same first reflex of the day, the exact same posture of checking in. Land itself is still almost entirely owned by someone, the way it was the moment the first boundary marker went into Mesopotamian soil back in Chapter 11. Most people alive today rent access to a place to sleep directly or through decades of mortgage payments from someone who holds a title deed they will very likely never personally hold. None of this is a conspiracy. In naming it, that would be far too easy, too comforting, even letting everyone off the hook by blaming someone hiding in a room. It is simply what remains standing after 10,000 years of small decisions layered on top of each other, exactly the way Chapter 18 described it, still running, still quietly reasonable, one polite transaction at a time. This film is not going to hand you a resolution here at the very end, and that refusal is entirely deliberate. No call to action, no tidy 5-step fix, no reassuring bow tied around 10,000 years of history. The point of ending here on this note is simply to ask you to notice the actual shape of the thing you are standing inside every single day. because noticing it clearly, finally, is not nothing at all. To be fair, and it genuinely matters to be fair here before this film ends. Modern workers generally have legal protections, real mobility, and options nowhere near as brutally constrained as a Bronze Age debt-bonded farmers ever were. That's true, and it counts for something real and hard-won, worth defending. What persists quietly underneath it, though, is the architecture itself, someone else auditing your labor, pricing it, and controlling your access to shelter and food through it. Consider the mortgage specifically, since almost everyone watching this either has one or is planning around eventually getting one. 25, 30 years of scheduled payments owed against the roof over your own head, structurally not so different from a multi-year debt bondage term once recorded on a cuneiform tablet, just stretched much longer, dressed now in far calmer, glossier paperwork. No scribe with a reed stylus anymore, waiting at a desk. Just a database entry doing the identical job, quietly, at a scale no ancient temple could have imagined. A paycheck, when you actually stop and look at it plainly, stripped of its friendlier modern packaging, is a ration, calculated entirely by someone else, based on labor you already performed and can't take back, delivered on a fixed schedule you did not set yourself, and mostly cannot renegotiate on your own terms. We simply stopped calling it that particular word centuries ago, and it reads gently now for it. So ask it gently now, not for shock value, but because it's a genuinely fair question after everything this film has shown you across 19 prior chapters. How much of an average person's day is actually fully theirs, start to finish, uninterrupted, compared to a hunter-gatherer's day some 12,000 years ago, before any of this particular arrangement ever began? There's a real irony buried in that question, one worth sitting with a little longer than feels entirely comfortable. Hunter-gatherers, the very people this film opened by comparing unfavorably in stature, in violence exposure, in almost every conventional measure anyone reaches for first, may well have controlled more of their own daily hours than most people alive on this exact planet right now. Tonight, reading this. This still isn't nostalgia for the Paleolithic to be absolutely, unmistakably clear about it one last time. Exposure, infant mortality, and real, documented violence and foraging life were established plainly back in chapters 1 and 13, and none of that gets quietly walked back here at the finish line. This closing chapter is only asking one narrower, more specific question of you. Who actually owns the clock you're living inside? Now return, deliberately and without apology, to exactly where this entire film began, 300 minutes ago. Two skeletons, laid out side by side under cold laboratory light, patient, silent, waiting to be read correctly for once. One a hunter-gatherer, one a farmer. Remember exactly what that first chapter promised you it would go find out before any of the temples or tablets or walls entered the story. Not what farming eventually built, cities, writing, monuments, all the things it gets credited for in every glossy textbook chapter. What farming actually cost the people living inside it, day after day, meal after meal, generation stacked on generation, largely unrecorded and largely unmourned. Here is the answer, given plainly now, at the very end, without any more ornament left to soften it for you. It cost time. It cost height, measurably, for thousands of years running. It cost health in ways etched permanently into bone. It cost freedom of movement almost entirely, gate by gate, wall by wall. And eventually, for millions of people spread across those same thousands of years, it cost outright ownership of their own bodies. Now extend that same opening image forward instead of backward, one final time. Picture an archaeologist 10,000 years from now, carefully lifting a skeleton out of the buried, forgotten foundations of a modern city, in exactly the same careful way researchers in Chapter 1 lifted those two Neolithic bodies out of the cold ground where they'd waited for millennia. What would that future skeleton actually tell them, laid out under whatever light they used by then? Posture worn from decades spent sitting, wrists shaped by a repetitive motion nobody has even properly categorized yet, made by a species that spent most of its waking hours facing a small glowing screen instead of bent low over a grindstone in the dirt. What story would that future researcher actually read out of it, piecing it together the way we piece together the two skeletons this film began with? And would they be able to tell from bone alone whether the person inside it ever once noticed the ledger still being kept somewhere on their behalf, quietly, without their signature, for every single day they were alive to work? 10,000 years ago, someone pressed a mark into wet clay to remember exactly what another person owed them, and felt, probably, rather pleased with the invention. Humanity never really stopped making that mark, not once, not for a single generation since. It just got much better at hiding it inside things that don't look like a ledger at all anymore. A badge that scans quietly when you arrive, a balance updating while you sleep, a notification arriving before your coffee even finishes brewing.